Thank you. Okay, this is a special meeting, but we will open up general public comment in case there is anybody here that is not attending specifically for the appeal of Jaboom Street project. Are there any individuals that wish to make a general public comment on an item not on this agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move right in to our first discussion item of the day, 5.1, adopt resolution 2026-34, denying the appeal and upholding approval of the residents at Jaboom project amendment. And we have a series of presentations. I believe, Adam, you're going to start us off.
And before Adam starts, I'd just like to say a few words about the council's role. And these are all things the council has heard before, so mostly I'm saying this for the benefit of the public. To talk about what the council's role is and is not. So the council's role tonight is not to decide whether this is a good project or a bad project. It's not to decide whether you like the project or don't like the project. It's not even really to decide whether the project is the right project for Truckee or the right project for Jaboom Street. Rather, the council's role is to make findings. Can you make the findings for approval of the project? Can you make the findings for denial of the project? So please bear that in mind. And an audience, please bear in mind that the council is not deciding whether they like the project or not, whether it's a good project or not. It's really about the findings. The staff report sets forth the findings that we believe you can make for approval. If you think that you cannot make those findings, then we can talk about how to make findings for denial. But it's really all about the findings, not about the quality of the project or the nature of the project. Thank you.
So facts and findings, not feelings and frustration.
Yes, please.
Okay, gotcha. Adam.
Right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Klopstad, members of the Truckee Town Council. I'm Adam Peterson. I'm a planner in the Planning Division, and I'm here tonight to present the Residences at Jaboom Project Amendment Appeal. This is planning application number 2026-44. First of all, before diving into the overview of the project, I want to talk about the appeal process, and mainly just to begin with the overall format for tonight's hearing. We're going to have a staff presentation first, then we're going to allow the appellant to present their application or to give their presentation on the appeal for 15 minutes. We'll then have the applicant give a 15-minute presentation, after which time there will be an opportunity for the council to ask questions of staff, of the appellant, and of the applicant. After that, we'll have public comment. There will be a final appellant rebuttal of 5 minutes, and after that, the council is free to deliberate on the project. Regarding appeals of the project, the town's development code sets up the appeal process as if it were a de novo review, and what that means is that it's essentially as if this is being heard for the first time before the council. You're making a decision on the appeal, and you're ultimately making a decision on the project before you, on the project amendment before you. So with that in mind, the council can either affirm the decision of the Planning Commission, either in whole or in part, reverse any action of the Planning Commission, deny the permit or the entitlements, or impose additional conditions of approval on the project. So the project before the town council tonight is the Residences at Jaboom project. It's comprised of 62 multifamily units with 10 affordable units and 52 market rate units. Of those 52 market rate units, 47 units are for sale. There is ground floor commercial space in approximately 3,500 square feet. It's comprised of 4 buildings. Moving left to right on your screen, we have Building A, Building B, C, and Building D. There is ground level parking behind each of these buildings. For 52 spaces on site. There are 11 on-street parking spaces. However, the majority of those spaces already exist on the street. So for this project, there's really only 3 on-site or on-street parking spaces that are attributed to this project. It includes site landscaping and all connections to utilities. And ultimately, the requested entitlements before the town council tonight are to approve a development permit amendment, a use permit amendment, a zoning clearance amendment, tentative map and condo plan amendment, historic design review, amendment, site plan amendment, and minor use permit amendment. The project is located in downtown Truckee. It's at the northwest corner of Bridge Street and Jaboom Street. The site is relatively undeveloped with the exception of an old garage that's on the property. We do have a transformer at the corner of the site. The site is in the downtown mixed-use zoning designation in the downtown Truckee plan. It's predominantly surrounded by urban uses with single-family residential uses to the north. We have commercial uses to the south and to the west, and there is the Pocket Park located to the east of the project. And beyond that Pocket Park, we do have more multifamily uses. Prior to diving into more of the appeal and the actual project amendment, we wanted to walk through some background on this project. Entitlements were initially provided by the town of Truckee on September 17th, 2024. The Planning Commission approved the residences at Jaboom project. On September 16th of 2025, the applicant emailed a concept site plan, floor plans, and a written description to the town, asking if the proposed changes are essentially a minor change or a major change. We responded back that we needed to see elevations for the project. Ultimately, those were then provided. And then on November 3rd, staff basically provided the equivalent of a 4-page write-up in an email format to the applicant, identifying that these are major changes pursuant to Development Code Section 1884-070. So with that in mind, what I want to do is I want to dive into what exactly are the changes to the project that led staff to determine that this was a major amendment. One of the first things that we saw was that Building BC was being expanded 13 feet to the east. Similarly, Building D, the western edge, was being moved 13 feet to the east as well. The applicant can talk a little bit more about the reasons behind this, but effectively what this did is that this required a new tentative map to subdivide the site and a new condo plan because we saw an expansion of the square footage to the overall building, an expansion in the square footage to the commercial uses. We saw architectural changes to the building. And then there was also an elimination of a western driveway for Building A. The original approval in 2024 included a proposal for an access easement on an adjoining site. Ultimately, that easement was never secured by the applicant, and so that also necessitated site changes. We also see landscaping changes along the project. Frontage on Jaboom Street. Really quick, we're just going to walk through some of the architectural changes. I don't want to spend a lot of time here because I want to dive into some of the analysis and the appeal. But again, we see changes in the roof line, changes in the massing, and changes in the entry configuration on Building A. Similarly, on Building B, C, we see changes in these elements here to the front and the massing, changes in the commercial facade on Building B. On Building C, again, sort of these proportional changes in the rhythm and in the patterns of the front facade of Building C, changes in sort of this columnar feature on the eastern edge of Building C, and again we see changes to the commercial element and the commercial entry on Building C. I think Building D is where we see the biggest changes. What we see is a change in the roof line on Building D, a change in the elevator configuration here on the eastern edge of Building D. We also see that the height increased from 42 feet 7 inches to 45 feet for the project. We do see changes along the Jaboom Street facade. And then some of the biggest changes is we see an expansion of the square footage on the 4th floor of the building where in the original project, the 4th floor was set back approximately 30 feet, but in the project amendment, we're seeing an expansion of the 4th floor, roughly 15 feet, where it's only set back approximately 15 feet from the street edge. Again, this shows the changes to the landscaping plan. This was the area of the easement that ultimately was on the approved project. That easement was not acquired by the applicant or not executed by the applicant team. Therefore, there was a change in the site plan to the project. And so ultimately, when we took a look at all of these changes to the project, our development code gives specific standards in which we evaluate changes, in which we determine if it's a minor change or a major change. Under a major change, it needs to meet it needs to meet any one of the criteria under item A, B, C, and D. And that what we're looking at basically a substantial change to the site plan or building design. Again, given the cumulative nature of the changes at a high level that the town council has just reviewed, what staff ultimately said is this involves substantial changes to the site plan or the building design. And then ultimately, because it's a major change, major changes require an application to be submitted, and then that application needs to be reviewed and heard by the decision-making bodies that are responsible for those entitlements that's prescribed in the development code. The interesting thing about this project and this project amendment is that the initial project was submitted pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act, and so there was fundamentally a question of whether or not a project amendment was still covered by the Housing Accountability Act. So on November 5th, after determining that the project amendment was a major project amendment, staff reached out to HCD to ask or to seek their assistance and guidance in determining whether or not the provisions of SB 330 that were afforded the initial project also applied to the project amendment. Ultimately, we moved forward with the project amendment application. On December 4th, that project amendment application was submitted to the town. We ultimately had signatures on the application form, and payment was received on December 4th. On December 31st, consistent with the Permit Streamlining Act, the town determined that the project amendment application was incomplete. And in that December 31st, 2025 letter, what we did, and I think this is an important point, an important contention, was that the 2024 entitlement was subject to the June 2023 Development Code. When the project amendment came in, there's the potential that it would be subject to a new development code, which had new provisions related to design review, related to objective design standards. The project was not previously subject to those objective design standards because it was under an old section of the development code. So that's why consultation with HCD in figuring out whether or not this project amendment is covered by the provisions of the Housing Accountability Act was important. And so ultimately, staff took a position or an opinion that the project amendment was not covered by the provisions of the Housing Accountability Act because the previous project had been fully closed out, all of the accounting was complete, and the application was done, and that the project amendment constituted a new project that was then required to go through the necessary hearings. We recognize that, given that position, that there may be potential inconsistencies between the project amendment and the objective design standards in the development code. However, not to delay the project or to overburden the project, what we said is that an avenue that the project can go down is to basically request waivers that the project is afforded under state density bonus law to all of the objective design standards. What this required was basically going through and updating the letter of justification for the project. There were no changes that needed to be made to the architectural design of the project plan. It was fundamentally a writing exercise. So that letter was made on December 31st of 2025. The application was resubmitted on January 16th of 2026. On February 10th, the application was deemed complete pursuant to the Permit Streamlining Act, and staff provided an estimated entitlement processing schedule to the applicant team to take them through the entire process. Shortly after that, on February 20th, HCD did respond to the town's November 4th, 2025 inquiry. And what they said is that they said the project amendment was still subject to the provisions of the Housing Accountability Act. What this meant is that it did essentially vest the project under the June 2023 Development Code. Therefore, the project amendment is not subject to the objective design standards in the Development Code. It's still subject to the same general plan of the 2040 general plan. It's still subject to the downtown Truckee plan. However, HCD also did affirm or confirm staff's determination that this is a major project amendment as prescribed by the development code. Again, as we've talked about, this is a housing development project, and under the Housing Accountability Act and under California Government Code, what that means is that it means that this project is subject only to applicable objective standards from the general plan, from the development code, from any subdivision standards or criteria. It's important to know that these objective standards are not design standards that involve, or these are design standards or standards that involve no personal judgment or are uniformly verifiable. It also limits the findings for denial for the project. To deny a project that's submitted pursuant to the provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, there has to be substantial evidence that the project would result in a specific adverse impact on the public health, safety, or welfare, and there's no feasible way to mitigate that impact without rendering the development unaffordable. And there's also a specific definition about what it means to have a specific adverse impact. It needs to be significant, it needs to be quantifiable, it needs to be direct and unavoidable based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards and policies. It also says that the project can be conditioned, but conditions cannot reduce density or make the project otherwise infeasible. Infeasible can also mean delay the project necessarily. So following submittal of the project, of going through and determining that the application was complete on February 10th of 2026, staff then provided a letter analyzing the project relative to the June 23rd, 2023 Development Code on March 6th. And then on March 11th, the project went before the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. The Historic Preservation Advisory Commission reviewed the project for the Historic Design Review Amendment Entitlement Request. Their review is based on the Historic Design Guidelines, which are subjective in nature. And ultimately, the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission voted 4-0 to recommend denial of the Historic Design Review Amendment. It's important to note that the HPAC vote is not binding on any further review body. It is a recommendation only. And ultimately, this went to the Planning Commission on May 4th of 2026, and the Planning Commission approved resolution number 2026-08, taking the following actions. They determined that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and approved the requested land use entitlements with conditions of approval and subject to the waivers and reductions, as well as the findings in the resolution. There was the amendment to condition of approval number 9 as part of that motion, which basically just clarified timing for submittal and issuance of grading and building permits. The Commission based that decision on consistency with the 2040 General Plan, pending approval a use permit for grading on slopes of 20% or greater. The September 17, 2024 Planning Commission packet included an attachment that identifies consistencies with the 2040 General Plan, as identified in the May 4th, 2026 staff report. The project is consistent with the Downtown Truckee Plan, and the project amendment is also consistent with the objective standards in the 2023 Development Code. This analysis was provided in Attachment 2 of the May 4th, 2026 Planning Commission staff report. The project also included, as noted, a density bonus request that's afforded projects under state density bonus law. And what this does is basically allows projects to develop at a higher level of density should they provide a specific level or a certain level of affordability. And so this project provides 10 units for low-income housing on the site, or in other words, which is 24% of the base density. And given the formula that the state prescribes, this allows the project amendment to increase the density, resulting in an ultimate development of 62 units. Also under state density bonus law is that it entitles projects to waivers or reductions in development standards. And so what the Planning Commission action did on May 4th of 2026 was to approve a number of waivers to certain development standards, either in the Downtown Truckee Plan or in the Development Code for the project. Ultimately, waivers do not result in an inconsistency with the Development Code or the Downtown Truckee Plan. This is basically kind of a perk under state law to increase density on site or for projects. Ultimately, a timely appeal was filed on May 13th, 2026. Details or specific details of the appeal are contained in the staff report. Just due to time and trying to keep everybody's attention, I'm going to try to review the identified concerns of this appeal at a very high level, while also just acknowledging that there is more information, more specific information in the staff report. But the identified concerns in the appeal can really be broken broken down into 4 categories. The first category is an incomplete administrative record. Among the things that the appeal argues is that the application and the determination by the Planning Commission was based on missing information, such as objective studies for wildfire evacuation, a steep slope analysis, grading and drainage plans, fire access compliance, snow storage calculations, and then CEQA technical studies. The second category of the identified concern in the appeal is that there's the incorrect application of the Housing Accountability Act. The appeal states that the Planning Commission incorrectly concluded that the Housing Accountability Act prohibits denial of the project. The third item, or the third identified concern in the appeal, is related to the environmental review and the CEQA exemption. It says that there was an improper use of the CEQA exemption because the findings did not include the required exceptions analysis. And then the fourth category is that there were unsupported findings and that multiple findings assert compliance with objective standards despite the absence of evidence in the record. This is more specifically related to the steep slope and grading findings that need to be made, as well as the historic district compatibility findings for the historic design review amendment entitlement request. Moving next, we want to address these appeal concerns that the appellant has brought up before the town council. Again, the first item, the incomplete administrative record. The items that the appellant has identified in their appeal, there are no requirements in the general plan, the downtown Truckee plan, the development code, the town of Truckee application forms, nor agency or department comments to submit the information that's been requested in the appeal. The range of slopes, and then just dealing with a little bit more specific information, the project plans identified the range of slopes on sheets G05 and C4. As we can see, there is a slight increase in the area of building D due to the expansion of the footprint. The project plans included the preliminary grading plan, the preliminary drainage plan, and utility plan. We had the cut and fill information identified on sheet C3 as well. There was a geotechnical report that was submitted pursuant to the development code requirements. This was included as attachment 5 in the September 17th, 2024 Planning Commission packet. We had a preliminary drainage report, and then the project plans did identify snow storage. It is consistent with the development code as identified in attachment number 2 to the May 4th, 2026 Planning Commission staff report. Regarding the incomplete administrative record, this project was routed to all affected agencies, departments, and divisions inside the town and outside of the town. Importantly, the Truckee Fire Protection District reviewed the project, and as well as the Emergency Services Division in the town, and they did not identify any deficiencies related to access and evacuation hazards, fire flow, aerial ladder apparatus reach, hydrant spacing, or winter access. I will note that the applicant was proactive in meeting with the Truckee Fire Protection District and staff, and there is an exhibit in the plan set that shows the location for fire truck parking on Jaboom Street for aerial ladder apparatus access. Further, the 2 access driveways on the project site afford emergency access because they are designed for adequate width and adequate height. Ultimately, the Truckee Fire Protection District and our emergency services did not identify any deficiencies or issues related to evacuation or emergency access, nor related to the transportation or traffic impacts that could result from the project. And ultimately, they included conditions of approval, or the Truckee Fire Protection District included conditions of approval that require compliance with the California Fire Code, which addresses all requirements for aerial ladder apparatus access, hydrant spacing, fire flow, and evacuation of the project site. And that that condition of approval enables the decision-making body to make the findings in the affirmative for the project. With respect to the incorrect application of the Housing Accountability Act, again, to deny a project under the Housing Accountability Act, there needs to be a specific adverse impact on the public health and safety. And relying on the preponderance of the evidence, that means that the government needs to weigh the evidence and conclude that the evidence on one side outweighs the evidence on the other side. I think as we've seen from the prior slides, that there's no evidence that's been submitted, or there's no evidence that's been submitted, and there's no other evidence that's required to be submitted that would result in a different decision under the Housing Accountability Act because there are no specific adverse impacts. And again, the decision of the Planning Commission was based on all information required of the project. Ultimately, the project amendment is consistent with the objective goals and policies and standards of the 2040 General Plan, the Downtown Truckee Plan, and the 2023 Development Code. And also, the appeal before the Town Council tonight did not identify any specific adverse impact on the public health and safety. With respect to the CEQA exemption analysis, staff has performed the exception analysis for the project that's located on your screen. It's also located on the staff report in detail. Ultimately, none of the exceptions in CEQA guidelines section 15300.2 apply to the project amendment. Therefore, the CEQA exemption under 15332 is adequate. The resolution before the Town Council tonight has been updated to include this exception analysis as well. With respect to the unsupported findings, the Planning Commission did make all necessary findings for approval of the entitlement request. This includes the findings for hillside preservation and grading on hillsides. There is a use permit requirement in Chapter 18.36 of the Development Code, and there are specific findings that are required to be made under that section. The Planning Commission did make those findings. Ultimately, the site is physically constrained. There is limited opportunity to develop or to locate the number of units that are requested in Building D on other areas of the site. And ultimately, if the applicant were to relocate units from Building D in order to preserve the steep slopes, it would subsequently increase the heights and intensity and massing of buildings A, B, and C. With that said, staff has updated the resolution to the Town Council and bolstered the findings with this analysis under Chapter 18.36 for approval of a use permit for grading and development on hillsides. With respect to the Historic Design Review, again, the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission reviewed the project amendment subject to the Historic Design Guidelines. The precise wording of those design guidelines is located in the March 11th, 2026 HPAC staff memo. Again, while HPAC voted unanimously that the project is inconsistent with those design guidelines, that vote is non-binding, and incompatibility with design guidelines is not grounds for denial of a historic design review entitlement. This information was provided in the May 4th, 2026 Planning Commission staff report to the Commission. The Commission has latitude on whether or not they want to deliberate on a previous review body's findings and determination. But again, they're not bound by a previous review body's recommendation. And ultimately, the Commission did make the findings to approve the Historic Design Review amendment for the project. With respect to this appeal, notice was published in the Sierra Sun on June 12th of 2026. Postcards were mailed to property owners within 500 feet. The notice was also posted online. Prior to this meeting, a rough estimate of comments that were opposed to the adoption of resolution number 2026-34. And if you're opposed to, again, just to clarify, opposition to the resolution means you're in favor of the appeal. Ultimately, there are approximately 11 comment letters that were received. Again, from a high-level perspective, these comment letters expressed concerns regarding the project amendment's mass and scale on the historic district, that it needs to be smaller in its scale and massing and height, that there needs to be more compatibility analysis in terms of how it fits into Jaboom Street, and that the rhythm and the facade of the buildings does not match the existing development on Jaboom Street. Again, there's opposition to the snow shedding, the shadow analysis, the pedestrian and vehicle traffic, emergency access, and evacuation. There are also geotechnical concerns that were identified in comment letters that were opposed to adoption of resolution number 2026-34. There were approximately 7 comment letters that were in favor of adoption of the resolution. These letters generally express support that for development on an infill site and that multifamily housing is in need downtown. Also, that smaller units in the project are in need for the community, that the project supports transit-oriented development, and more units in downtown are good for commercial businesses, and that actually the project should be larger in height and scale to add more units and commercial space. The appellant's attorney did submit correspondence following publication of the staff report. This correspondence predominantly reiterates the concerns that were identified in the appeal. Again, in summary, the appellant's attorney correspondence asserts that the record does not support the findings for development on steep slopes. Specifically in response to that, finding number 5 in the updated resolution to the town council addresses that. They identify concerns about public safety, emergency access, and wildfire evacuation. Again, responsible agencies have not identified any concerns or needs for specific studies related to this. The appellant's attorney also identified that it is not precluded by SB 330 or the State Housing Accountability Act from requiring compliance with local development laws and standards. As noted in the May 4th, 2026 Planning Commission staff report, the project is in compliance with applicable objective goals and policies of the 2040 General Plan, Downtown Plan, and the 2023 Development Code. And they also identified that the categorical exemption does not apply because of unusual circumstances. We do also have a letter from the applicant's attorney. The applicant's attorney asserts that the basis of the appeal is without merit, and ultimately town staff occurs with the applicant's attorney's position. The applicant's attorney also notes that under the Housing Accountability Act, projects are subject to a 5-hearing limit. This was another question that staff had for HCD. We followed up with HCD in a meeting on May 19th, 2026, and we asked whether or not the project amendment whether or not the 5-hearing limit was cumulative between the initial application in 2024 and the project amendment application. HCD said it wasn't, that it is not cumulative, that this is a new application that's submitted, and therefore it has its own 5-hearing limit. And this is hearing number 4 for the project. This project went to the March 11th Historic Preservation Advisory Commission meeting. It was then noticed for the April 21st, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. There was a noticing error, so it needed to be continued to May 4th. It was heard at May 4th. This appeal is hearing number 4 before the town council tonight. In the applicant attorney's correspondence letter, they noted that there is a challenged conduct letter. Town staff is within the statutory time limits in terms of issuing a response to that challenged conduct letter. With that, the recommendation before the town council tonight is to adopt resolution number 2026-34, approving the following actions. It's determining the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and also finding that none of the exceptions in section 15300.2 apply to the project amendment. It's upholding the decision of the Planning Commission. It's denying the appeal and approving the requested amendments for the Residences at Jaboom project amendment application, including the requested waivers and reductions and subject to the findings and conditions of approval contained in the resolution. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the appellant.
Thank you very much, Adam. So, Mr. Cochran? And are we good with the 15 minutes? Okay. Mr. Cochran, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is Dan Cochran, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. This appeal is not about stopping housing or lowering density. It's about making sure that any housing built in Truckee is safe, lawful, and consistent with the objective standards that protect our residents and our historic downtown. You've heard a lot of argument from staff and the applicant's attorney, so I want to frame this clearly. This is not a disagreement about policy. It's a disagreement about the right evidence. And under the law, evidence controls. The issue before you is simple. A planning commission cannot lawfully approve a project when the record lacks the objective project-level evidence needed to bridge the analytical gap between the findings and the facts. Yet this is exactly the situation here. The hearing is about evidence, not assumptions, not speculation, and not the staff's insistence that the evidence exists somewhere when it's nowhere in the record. For example, staff and the applicant now say, "Don't worry, we have a geotechnical report, project drawings, fire district response, and a general plan EIR. The record is complete." The legal standard is not, is there some paper in the file? The legal standard is whether the record contains sufficient project-level objective evidence to support every required finding under the Development Code, the Fire Code, CEQA, and the Housing Accountability Act. Staff is relying on make-up standards, essentially that any reasonable or adequate evidence is good enough. That is not the law. The law requires substantial, project-level, objective evidence supporting each required finding. Anything less puts public safety at risk. When you look at the record against legal standard, you find that there are 4 critical gaps remaining: the steep slope analysis, the fire finding access and evacuation analysis, CEQA exemptions and project-level hazard review, and the historic district compatibility at a project level. These are not nice-to-have studies. They're the only way you can make lawful findings that staff is asking you to adopt. Let's start with the steep slopes and the hillside development. The site includes slopes over 30%. Your development code says those slopes are to be preserved as open space, and only in limited circumstances can development encroach, and only when the decision maker has evidence that the site can be safely developed, disturbance minimalized, and other location alternatives have been evaluated. Staff points to the geotechnical report and says that's enough. But here's what the report actually does not have. It does not provide the required 2-year review and comment update. It does not include substantial test borings. It does not provide a quantitative slope stability analysis as required under the Development Code. And it does not model factors of safety for Building D on the steepest slope. It does not evaluate alternatives that avoid or reduce development of Building D on a 30% slope. At most, the report contains a field observation that no landslides or soil and rock movement were seen. That is not a slope stability analysis. That is a weak walk-through assumption. If you're being asked to approve a 4-story building partially on 30% slopes, you are entitled, indeed required, to have an actual slope stability analysis and alternate evaluation for the record. You do not. Without that, you cannot honestly make the hillside findings about safety, minimized grading, and physical suitability. Finally, staff makes the bold statement that no alternatives for Building D exist. Where is the evidence of any alternative analysis? Next, we have the issue of fire and increased life safety risk. Staff and the applicant's attorney now say Truckee Fire District reviewed the plans, they didn't object, and detailed fire flow and access will be handled at building permit. That might sound reassuring, but it does not meet your legal obligations at the entitlement stage. The project is a very high hazard severity zone on a narrow congested street in the most evacuation constrained part of downtown, with buildings pushed against a steep slope limiting rear access. For that setting, the record still does not contain a winter fire excess analysis, wildfire evacuation or clearance time analysis, fire flow calculations and hydrant spacing requirements, and turning templates and ladder reach analysis for aerial apparatus. That's not in their review. They just basically said they didn't see anything. These are classic CEQA infill exceptions. Here the project is on steep slopes, requiring retaining structures on very high fire hazard severity zone in an area with documented evacuation constraints and within the downtown historic districts. In CEQA, unusual circumstances include steep slopes, high fire hazard, narrow streets, severe winter conditions, and historic districts. Staff attempts to downplay the unusual circumstances by focusing only on how hazards affect the project, not how they affect the environment. What CEQA's test is the opposite. Wildfire evacuation constraints and slope stability are environmental hazards, and when a wildfire overwhelms this site, the environmental consequences are severe and undeniable. Let's talk about increasing impacts. Adding 15 to 20% population and 4 to 8% more vehicles in a constrained evacuation zone. Staff goes to great lengths to justify why traffic and parking studies weren't required, yet providing nothing, no modeling, no analysis, no data on emergency evacuation. The one analysis that actually matters for life safety is the one staff chose not to do. This is located in a mapped hazard area, and CEQA prohibits exemptions in hazardous locations. There are potential impacts to historic resources, and CEQA prohibits exemptions where a project may cause a substantial adverse change to a historic resource. Yet the record contains no project-level slope analysis, no wildfire evacuation analysis with increased population and vehicle numbers, and no project-level historic resource impact analysis. Staff's CEQA discussion is largely saying, trust me, without showing the reasoning or project-level evidence behind the claim. It simply states that exceptions do not apply. Under CEQA, conclusions without analysis are not substantial evidence. Without documented analysis, you cannot rely on safety and the Class 32 exemption. Finally, there is a subject of historic district compatibility. The Historic District Preservation Advisory Commission unanimously found the project inconsistent with historic design guidelines on massing, scale, rhythm, and material. Staff and the applicant now claim the guidelines are subjective, that SB 330 prevents their application, and that a Category D label eliminates CEQA historic resource exceptions. These arguments are legally incorrect. Historic compatibility is valued at the district scale, not at the project scale. Staff's attempt to limit the analysis to a project site ignores the very purpose of the historic district and the objective standards that govern it. But two things remain true. The project is within the downtown historic district, which itself is a CEQA historic resource, and there is no project-level analysis in the record that evaluates how these 3- and 4-story buildings affect the district's character, massing, and streetscape. You're being asked to make findings that the project is compatible with the district and does not cause a substantial adverse change to a historic resource without a compatibility study, without massing comparisons, and in direct contradiction to the HPAC's unanimous recommendation. This is not a defensible record. Council members, the Housing Accountability Act does not cure an incomplete record. The applicant's attorney leans heavily on the Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330. But the Housing Accountability Act does not override objective safety standards, override your hillside development standards, override the California Fire Code, override CEQA exceptions, or require approval where the record is incomplete. In fact, the Housing Accountability Act requires the town to base a decision on objective standards supported by a preponderance of the evidence. Here we have objective standards, but we do not have the evidence needed to show they are met. You are not being asked to deny housing. You are being asked to refuse to approve housing without the evidence the law requires. This council is the final safeguard. If you approve this project On this record, you are effectively saying hazard standards are optional, fire and evacuation analysis can be deferred, historic district impacts don't need to be studied, CEQA exceptions can be brushed aside, and findings can be made without the evidence they require. This is not Truckee. Truckee has always been safety serious, respectful of its history, and demands lawful, responsible development. The solution is simple and reasonable. Grant the appeal, remand the project with clear direction. Provide an updated project-specific geotechnical report, quantitative slope stability analysis, and location alternatives analysis for Building D. Provide site-specific firefighting and wildlife evacuation analysis, including winter operations. Provide fire flow, hydrant spacing, and apparatus access documentation consistent with the California Fire Code. Provide CEQA-compliant analysis of the infill exceptions, including scope, slope, wildfire, and historic district impacts. Provide historic district compatibility analysis addressing mass, scale, and streetscape. If the applicant can provide you with substantial evidence demonstrating the project is safe and meets the Truckee objective standards, great. If they cannot, then the town must follow its own laws. This is not an anti-housing. This is pro-safety, pro-process, and pro-Truckee. For all these reasons, and based on the incomplete and legally insufficient record before you, I respectfully request that the town council grant the appeal and remand the project for the required safety hazard and historic analysis. Thank you for your time and your service to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. And I believe now we have, I am going to lay down the law at this point right now that we are going to conduct a respectful meeting here. I ask that you not applaud or boo or have any other audible commentary. We want to be respectful of all opinions. We will hear from people on both sides of this issue, and we want to welcome both of those perspectives. So if you would please refrain from any of the additional or elaborative commentary. With that, let's see, we have Mr. Whalen, Mr. Farrow, and then there's also going to be a Mr. Patterson at the end of your presentation, correct? Okay, and we're ready with the 15 minutes. Mr. Whalen, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Town Council. I'm Sean Whalen. I'll keep my presentation brief and focused on the proposed amendments to the residences at Jaboon. Joining me today are Martin Wood and Paul Farrow to answer technical questions, and attorneys from Patterson O'Neill are attending via Zoom, should any legal questions arise. The residences at Jaboon has been identified by name in the town housing element, designated as a high priority housing site in the 2040 general plan, and has undergone nearly a decade of public review through the housing element, general plan, GPAC process, town council workshops, HPAC hearings, and planning commission hearings. Following this extensive public process, the Planning Commission has now unanimously approved the project twice. At some point, a community must decide whether its housing element and general plan are meant to guide action or merely become aspirational documents while housing projects identified by name are delayed. Can we get this up here? I can't quite see that far. Please.
I do believe we need to, you're asking for it up here?
Yeah, when I was at Planning Commission, we put it over here. I guess I can.
Because we have remote participants, we do need to keep them visible.
Okay, you're going to test my eyesight
I'm
out here.
so sorry. Wish we had thought of that ahead of time.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl. Nearly a decade of public process. We're talking about a number of hearings here. Over a decade, I've been to council 6 times. I've been to 1 joint and 1 planning commission hearing once, 3 planning commission hearings, 3 HPAC hearings, and there's been 10 to 20 public workshops where this project was discussed. Tonight represents the 6th public hearing. The key differentiating is, are we basing it on amendments or project? If you read the code, it clearly states project. Is this the right clicker, Adam? All right. Thank you, sir.
Test.
So why are we amending the project? When you go from entitlement, which is an outward-facing document, to...
But if you want to use wireless so that you can see.
Yeah, you're awesome, thank you. To a more granular building plan set. Can you hear me now? I can see it from back here.
Okay.
Thank you. Roughly 80% of multifamily projects from entitlement set to the granular building permit set require amendments. Structural engineering, ADA compliance, safety, unit layout. Those were generally our reasons. Project changes by practical constraints. The easement with the westerly neighbor became increasingly expensive post-entitlement and made it infeasible. We could not comply with ADA. We had issues with turning radius in some of the bathrooms and kitchens. We needed to add utility rooms. We needed to add ADA parking. None of those were in the entitlement set and prevented the project from being able to obtain a permit. The project was approved in 2024 and could not obtain a building permit. The change is roughly 6.7%. The town's development code is a 10% threshold. The state has a slightly more generous at 20%. The intensity did not change. The use did not change. The bedroom count did not change. As Adam pointed out earlier, Building D moved 13 feet to the east. The building just to the west of that we call Building C, expanded 13 feet. And we then reduced the need for the easement from the westerly neighbor. Floor plan changes. The granular set, or more of a building permit compliant, is on the right, and the original is on the left. We added utility and bike storage. Upper floors, you can see on the left, it's really a high level look at the plans and the floor plans. And on the right, you'll see a more granular to address ADA issues. Building B and C, the ground floor, we needed to add some ADA car and van parking and provide access to the elevator from within the lobby. This is the eastern edge of buildings B and C, and more of the same, including a utility room. Building B and C floor plans. On the left, you can see a high-level entitlement set, and on the right, you can see the amended permit set that makes us ADA compliant. And the same with the upper floors on B and C. They're duplicates, essentially. Building D, the eastern building, the ground floor, we added ADA parking and, again, a utility room. Floor plan changes, ADA compliance and functionality of the units. This is the top floor. More of the same. Overall, if you want to break down the square footage changes by building, you'll see it up there, and it boils down to a 6.7% square footage change. No change in bedroom count. Little bit of a change in parking. Some of the original parking spaces, 66, went to provide ADA compliance van and car parking. Building A, as Adam pointed out earlier, the change you're going to see from the street is the roof line. On the left was 2024 entitled, and on the right is amended. Exterior changes to building A. And now we're looking at building B and C. B is the yellow, and then to the right of that is the C. Heights remain the same on both A, B, and C. Building B and C, no height change again. Here's a look from the east looking west. Building D. About, I believe it was 2 feet, Paul? 2 feet, 3 feet height change, still below the development code. Elevations from the east. Looking up from High Street, this is the one most people will be interested in, I think. No change from the 2024 approval. The heights haven't changed. The roofs haven't changed except for building A. That's what it looks like today, or will look like. From Dumas Street, right? Dumas, thank you. As High Street runs to the east, the street starts to slope down, and you start to expose buildings C and D as the slope decreases and goes down to Jaboom Street. I'll pause here so you can read this. In summary, what this says is that on April 22nd, we submitted a final map package and a building permit package. The building department quickly turned it over to a third party, processed, issued comments, and we've responded. Engineering sat on it for 7 weeks and said they'll need another 4 weeks. We've not received comments from planning. I was not allowed to to submit payment for the final map package. We're simply asking that the town do what is in their control to process these permits concurrently and let this project start in August. Without an August start, we're going to miss, because of the moratorium on grading, we'll miss another construction season. I hope that we're able to do this administratively with staff and the town's help. I'm going to turn this over to Patterson O'Neill now and let them talk a little bit about some of the legal angles here. Ryan?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and council members, and also thank you to staff. My name is Ryan Patterson, and I'm the project attorney. My practice focuses on CEQA and the Housing Accountability Act and state housing law, which are really the issues in this appeal. In my opinion, this appeal is without merit. The application is complete, and it complies with the development standards. The documents that the appellant asserts need to be provided here have been provided, as staff has discussed, even when they're not required. Similarly, the standards that the appellant complains of are either already met or are not applicable. The Housing Accountability Act, or HAA, only requires that a project comply with the applicable objective standards, and the standards that he complains about, including historic preservation standards, are subjective, and therefore they're not applicable under the HAA. Moreover, this is a density bonus project, so any inconsistencies are automatically waived under the density bonus law. And the town has previously determined that the project is compliant with all applicable standards, which is a binding determination under the Housing Accountability Act. It has also been deemed compliant by operation of law, since the revised project application was determined to be complete on February 10, 2026, and the town did not issue a written consistency determination showing inconsistent items within 30 days as required by the HAA. The consequence is that it is legally deemed compliant. Likewise, under CEQA and the appellant's claims there is no merit to them. The town properly determined that the project meets the requirements for a Class 32 exemption. The appellant argues that the project does not qualify because of unusual circumstances, but these same circumstances apply to most of the town, namely the fire hazard severity zone. So the circumstances clearly are not unusual. Now, with all of that said, the applicant has serious concerns about the town's processing of this project. The Planning Commission required conditions that were unattainable, for example, to secure an easement from the neighbor. Staff required the applicant to go through this entitlement process again, a second time, for a minor modification causing severe delay. The town took the position that the 2.5-year window for construction began on September 17, 2024, rather than today, which in light of this repeated entitlement process that the project was unlawfully subjected to for minor modifications, we do not agree with. And the town has also attempted to divest the project, which was corrected by HCD and is currently delaying processing of grading and foundation permits to make it miss this 2.5-year window for construction. We assert that this is the sixth hearing, which constitutes an unlawful denial under the HAA. Failure to approve the project tonight, denial under the HAA, or imposing unlawful conditions may subject the town to $3.1 million in fines and penalties, plus attorney's fees. The town could have its housing element decertified and be subject to the builder's remedy. We respectfully ask that you deny the appeal tonight and instruct staff to process the final map and civil improvement plans, applications for grading and foundation permits concurrently per Health and Safety Code 19828.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Take your time. Okay, so just to remind the audience, we are going to spend a little bit of time asking clarifying questions from council members, and then we will open it up to public comment. And at the conclusion of public comment, then the appellant, Mr. Cochran, has 5 minutes of a rebuttal. So with that, Vice Mayor Henderson, may I jump in and call on you first?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. I have just a couple of questions. The first question that I have is the appellant claims that critical evidence is missing, and I would turn to Andy as our legal counsel. Do you agree with that assertion, and can you just tell us why or why not, please?
I do not agree with that assertion. I believe that much of what Mr. Cochran has requested is not required under any town standard, and I believe that we do have evidence for all the findings that the town actually is required or allowed to make.
Okay, thank you for that. And this is probably, Andy, this is probably directed to you as well. Are our CEQA unusual circumstances findings strong enough to survive this challenge given the very high fire severity zone?
I believe that they are, and as the applicant's attorney noted, most of Truckee is in a very high fire hazard severity zone at this point, and we do not believe that the unusual circumstances exception would apply to make the use of the Class 32 infill exemption under CEQA infeasible.
Okay, thank you. And then this might be more for staff as well, but I would just love, sort of at a very high level, I know that a lot of this is in the very long staff report that we have on this, but just walk us through how the record does support the findings related to emergency access and fire, and then also the steep slope hazard as well. And again, high level and concise would be wonderful.
I'll try to be concise, Town Council Member Henderson. Regarding the emergency access and fire hazard access, again, the project was routed to the Truckee Fire Protection District. It was also routed to the Emergency Services Division within the town. That project has been reviewed for any sort of inconsistencies related to emergency access, related to emergency evacuation. Neither the Truckee Fire Protection District or the Emergency Management Division identified any inconsistencies, identified any need for such studies. The Truckee Fire Protection District came back and said it is going to be conditioned. We're going to impose a condition of approval on the project, which requires compliance with the California Fire Code, which then basically, when the project goes into building permit, it's looking at everything from, hydrant spacing, fire flow, it's coordination with the PUD on fire flow and water pressure. There is the requirement for aerial ladder truck apparatus access. Again, like I said, the applicant has been proactive in terms of addressing that. In the project plans, there is an exhibit that demonstrates that there is aerial ladder truck access from Jaboom. And then again, the Truckee Fire Protection District did not identify any sort of deficiency with an ability to access the site or to evacuate from the site. And then, and then in regards to the steep slope analysis, we do have a geotechnical report that's on file. Again, this was for the original project. There's a condition of approval that came in, or not that came in, excuse me. There's a condition of approval that is in the resolution before the town council tonight that requires a final design level geotechnical report to ensure slope stability, to ensure building design meets building code standards, that has been submitted for the building permit application for the project.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Those are all of my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Henderson. Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Henderson. Hold on, I'm going back to my notes. The appellant mentioned winter operations. So, Adam, you just mentioned Fire District, Emergency Management Services all looked at this, so they would have looked at both wildfire season and winter, correct?
Correct, yeah. And that's a good question. Thanks for following up on that. In a conversation with Steve Kessman at the Truckee Fire Protection District, he mentioned over the phone that there is no distinction in the fire code regarding, say, winter operations versus standard summer operations. The fire code doesn't sort of differentiate that under winter conditions you need X and under summer conditions you need Y. It's basically all one standard.
Thank you. HCD, you also highlighted, and that's an acronym. Can you just remind us all who HCD is and why are they part of this whole process in making decisions on this project?
HCD is the Department of Housing and Community Development. It's a state agency. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're making decisions, but Andy, you might want to correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially providing guidance related to
Based on
housing
SB
law.
330.
HCD is tasked with interpreting and in some cases enforcing the various state housing laws, including the Housing Accountability Act. And so good practice when you're confronted with a situation that is not entirely clear under the law is to reach out to HCD and ask their staff for guidance, which is what the town has done. And the town has relied on that guidance and has acted in accordance with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then, Adam, you also mentioned, I think, 11 public comments in support of the appeal and 7 in opposition. Do you know what time you pulled that? Because it did seem like we got more public comments than 18.
Yeah, that was based on last night / early today.
Okay.
And so there definitely were more public comments that have been submitted. The numbers weren't updated, but generally the comments are the same with what you see before you on the slide right now.
Thank you. And I believe all council members have read all of them. That's why I think that number popped out to me. Yeah. So thank you, Adam, for that clarity. And I think that's all of my questions for now.
Great, and thank you for raising that. Yes, there were more that came in, and I do encourage all of our public to try to get comments in as early as possible so they can be accounted for in these presentations, and we can make sure to read them all. With that, Councilmember Zabriskie, I know you have a few questions up your sleeve.
Yes, more than a few. Adam, you mentioned on the slope study, there's going to be a further study coming in. And does this respond to the concern about the 2-year expiration, if you will?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Again, just to elaborate on that, essentially when you're going through entitlements, there's a preliminary geotechnical report that's frequently submitted, that was submitted for this project in 2024. That geotechnical report then gets reviewed when the project is routed. Ultimately, standard practice is that there's a condition of approval that requires a project level or design level geotechnical report to basically go into details on project design, such as retaining walls, slope treatment, stability measures that are specifically implemented when the project is constructed. That project level or design level geotechnical report is submitted with the building permit and reviewed as part of the building permit process. The applicant has submitted that design level or project level geotechnical report with the at-risk building permit submittal.
Okay. And will there be a fire finding and life safety risk report? Does that come as part of the building permit process?
The building permit process, the building permit will be routed to the Truckee Fire Protection District, and so they will evaluate the proposal for compliance with the fire code.
Okay. And then in terms of borings, Mr. Cockrum had said there'd been no borings done on the 30% slope. Is that a requirement?
I can't speak to that. That's a technical detail I'd want.
Right.
Building division.
But at entitlement specifically, those might be required, but the question is, are they required at entitlement?
No, not required at entitlement.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then there was something about no modeling of building D or of alternatives. Essentially, the point was being made, there's no actual, I guess, written analysis of what alternatives there might be. And again, the question is whether does one need to be done? Does it come later, or was it already done?
So again, there's no requirement to necessarily model alternatives or to evaluate different designs for building D. We did expand the findings, specifically finding 5 related to the development on the steep slope, to more consider the limited development opportunities of the site. Again, as you see in the plan before you, the slope disturbance on slopes greater than 20% is caused by building D. So you essentially have to locate 15 units at some other portion of the property. You'd have to expand parking. So you're looking at pretty significant increase in the height and in the massing and the scale, say, of buildings A, B, and C in order to retain the number of units that the applicant is entitled to under state density bonus law. So just given that analysis that is in the updated resolution, in the findings for the use permit for hillside disturbance, there is further analysis related to expansion or related to development on slopes exceeding 20%.
Okay.
Can I just jump in here?
Yes, go ahead.
So does that effectively mean that building D, if it wasn't pushed that far into the slope, causing this question, then it would potentially end up having to be taller and bigger, further impeding the view from that area and changing the massing? Is that what you're saying?
When you look at this is when you look at the exhibit that shows the areas or the slopes on the site that are 20% or greater, it's at a floor level. Basically, it's at the floor level of Building D. So essentially, you'd have to take all of Building D and somehow move those units, move the parking, move the commercial space to other portions of the building. So you're looking at a pretty substantial increase in the height of, say, of buildings A, B, and C to accommodate the units.
To distribute that.
Yeah, to distribute that, so as to entirely avoid the slope.
Okay. Yeah.
To entirely avoid the slopes that's being disturbed by Building D.
Thank you.
Okay. When the builder failed to obtain an easement on the neighboring property at the west end, that necessitated the change in the conditions of approval as a result of the subsequent amended application.
It didn't require a change in the conditions of approval. There was very much a standard condition of approval that said, okay, your plans show that you're going to acquire an easement on this property. Great. On your final map, identify that easement is going to be, identified on your final map. So that was the condition of approval, very standard condition of approval that, you propose an easement. Normally, I think the normal process would be to demonstrate that easement is in place prior to entitlement. Therefore, you know that the project's not going to change. It's locked in. That didn't happen. So we had a condition that said, come in, show on the final map that easement has been acquired. Ultimately, that wasn't acquired. And so ultimately, and I think that condition was worded in a way such that, if the applicant weren't able to acquire that easement, then that condition essentially becomes moot. It essentially goes away, and then you navigate through a project amendment process like we're doing now.
Okay. Do you know about how many conditions of approval resulted from the amended application?
The conditions of approval that are in the resolution before the council right now, this is a back of the envelope question. Yeah. I would say that 95% of those conditions are the same. Okay. The conditions that have been added, off the top of my head, are engineering related. There is a condition of approval related to snow safety for Building A. Given the slope of the roof of Building A, there is a condition of approval that says no shedding shall occur to protect for life safety. There's also a condition of approval related to parking disclosure. This project is consistent with the parking ratio afforded under the state density bonus law. However, we do recognize that it is underparked based on town development code standards. Therefore, there is a condition to notify potential tenants, potential owners of these units that there may not necessarily be parking under the development code requirements. So those are the two conditions off the top of my head that we added. We have 80 conditions, and so 80 plus. Right. I can't. You have to forgive me for the imprecision.
Thank you. Apparently, I'm hearing that the final map documents were submitted on April 22nd, and engineering and planning have not responded to the applicant. So, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So the final map application was submitted, but under the development code, there wasn't an entitlement in place to then process the final map application. And so while the building plans were submitted, it essentially works as sort of an at-risk review, where the building plans come in, they can be reviewed, you can evaluate it for compliance with the building code, compliance with the fire code, you can provide comments. The final map process is ultimately sort of lagging behind that because we need an entitled project, the town needs an entitled project in order to initiate processing the final map, because the final map is based on the entitlements that are being under evaluation. And so actually we took that in earlier because we took that in prior to the expiration of the appeal period that would have initially happened had the application gone to the April 21st 2026 Planning Commission meeting. So in some ways, it's very proactive to take that in, but it's just we can't process it yet because we need these entitlements in place to begin the final map process, the improvement plan process, grading permit, review and issuance.
And so the appeal cut off the entitlement?
The appeal essentially cut off the final map process.
And Councilmember Zabriskie, if I could just elaborate a little bit on that. And what we've also been instructed to do by HCD, so again, the state of California, is that we're required to follow our processes that are in place as of time of the pre-application, which dates back to 2023. So they've advised us both in writing and verbally that we should not deviate from our processes, our adopted processes that are in place, and that more importantly, there's nothing in the Housing Accountability Act or the Housing Crisis Act of 2019 and all of its subsequent amendments that supersede our adopted processes that were codified back in 2023. So we've been very careful to follow our adopted processes and not deviate from them, really to the benefit of the project or to the benefit of the appellants. They've given us a very clear direction that we are to follow our adopted processes.
Okay. And then the last couple questions I have for staff are on, I think it's the applicant who has said that staff, it's a little hard to understand, saying they wouldn't allow them to use a performance guarantee to avoid needing a building permit for the grading permit or vice versa. Did staff ever say we won't allow you to provide a performance guarantee?
I have no record of that.
Okay.
I can't.
Performance
There's no-
guarantees are provided in our development code, so I'm not sure
Right.
if that's been a.
I can't.
I mean, I don't believe it's been requested, but I don't believe we've ever said you can't go through it.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Okay.
certainly can't recall.
That's fine. I'll save this for the applicant. I do have questions either for the applicant and/or his attorney. Is now a good time, or do we come back?
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Before I do that, I forgot to do a disclosure. I had met with the applicant a number of times in 2024, and that was largely directed at how to expand workforce housing units, which the town is always interested in doing, and looking at the town's what we now call our homegrown housing programs. So I met with him a number of times on that issue, and then I met with the appellant within the last month on the appeal, and that was for about an hour. And he essentially went through the appeal with me. The two factual things I remember that he added that aren't explicit in the appeal, he was pointing out that the entrance to the garage for the buildings is at the back of the buildings, and he was tying that in with his concerns about evacuation. And then I remember he observed the height of Building D down there at the east end, that had increased. Okay, with that, let me turn to the applicant and/or his attorney. There's the applicant has mentioned having to comply with the federal Americans with Disabilities Act. When did the applicant first learn it needed to comply with that act? Was it at the actual Planning Commission meeting in September of 2024? Or did you know about it before?
It was after that meeting. It was with the work of Paul Farrow, and Paul was hired specifically to take the high-level entitlement set into a set that would satisfy the building department. And he pretty quickly identified some exposure we had with ADA compliance.
Okay.
Councilmember Zabiskie, may I jump in on that? Specifically, you're asking when you recognized that you were not ADA compliant. It was after the 2024 meeting?
That's correct.
Can you bring up those timelines again, Adam?
Yeah.
And just as a side question, has there been an ADA code update since 2023? Do you know?
I do not know.
Do you happen to know? Does your supporting?
There's always code updates every 3 years, but
Yes, but I'm wondering
I
if
wasn't part of the 2024 design.
we will need to have you on microphone for that.
And that would be federal law.
That would be federal law and adopted by the state of California. So thank you for the date. So
Well, you should have known about it at the Planning Commission meeting, though, because they changed the conditions of approval, right? That meeting? Didn't that come up
the
at the
September
Planning Commission?
17th, 2024?
Yeah.
Yes, at the September 17th, yeah.
Yeah, it would have come up at the planning commission meeting.
ADA compliance? No.
Yeah. Oh, it did?
No, we didn't even show, we didn't have parking. We didn't have the turning radius in some of the bathrooms and clearances in kitchens, I believe.
Okay, okay. So moving on. I understand the applicant, that you couldn't secure an access easement, and that was because the property owner was demanding a bond?
No.
Okay.
It was because the terms increased post-entitlement.
Okay.
Essentially, it went from heating the common driveway to heating the common driveway, the parking lot, and the exit driveway. So the cost of that was many hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay. The applicant, or actually your counsel said that you submitted modified plans for the project in October 2025, but weren't those just building elevations in connection with the amendment you were going to submit later?
Well, we didn't know what we were going to submit later. I had a phone conversation in September, I believe, and it was provide something so that we can get a look. And then we had subsequent conversations and emails, and it became more and more information was required to get for staff to get a good look at what exactly we wanted.
Okay. And then you did finally get an analysis letter, essentially determining that the application was complete on February 10th?
That's correct.
Okay.
We spent 3 months processing the amendments under the new objective standards, not the ones vested. And HCD, after I filed a complaint, came back and they said two things. They said, one, the project's vested in 2023. So therefore, Paul and team had to resubmit. They said a second thing. They said that the town can call it a major change because that is what was in the development code in 2023. Not that they agree that it's a major change or a minor change, but that's what the town can do.
Okay. In any case, your application was deemed complete by the staff by February 10th?
That's correct.
Okay.
And it was later, after the completion, mid-February, February 20th, that we finally received a response from HCD saying what I just told you.
Okay. Your attorney has written in terms of accusing the town of needlessly delaying the project, that the most concerning action is that the planning department took actions to prevent the project from beginning construction before the winter grading moratorium arrived, and it was staff's attempt to weaponize the final map and building permit approval process. And then in explaining why they're making that accusation, why your lawyers are making that accusation on your behalf, they say the planning department wrongfully claimed that construction cannot begin until the final map is recorded. Now, both the development code and the condition of approval number 9 acknowledge that you can get a map, you can get the permits for construction prior to recordation if the town engineer finds that all conditions of the parcel map have been fulfilled and the map may be recorded. So isn't it correct that the planning department acknowledged there is this one alternative to having to record the map?
Brian, are you on? Do you want to weigh in on some of the...
I mean, it's in the development code and it was in the condition of approval. So I don't understand why you're saying they wouldn't have allowed it.
My understanding, thank you for the question. My understanding is that they did not allow for concurrent review and are still not allowing concurrent review. That is problematic. It seems to be an exercise of discretion even though the development code allows for that concurrent review, the town staff is not doing it.
Town staff, do you want to weigh in on that? Because I thought we had received 70 some odd pages of comments on this project already from the third-party review. Is that not the
They
case?
just answered it
And
a few minutes ago.
That's
So
building.
I'll jump in here and the map piece, and Andy and team jump in too. We had an appeal. That was what Adam was speaking to earlier. So we can't take in a map until the appeal is heard. Secondarily to that, it is not concurrent processing. We need to have site control and understand the site plan before we can take in the map and record it. Once we have the site plan approved, the town engineer can then say, we will process the map, and that can be recorded as about a 2-week advantage. Okay. And we're willing to follow that per the development code and per the condition of approval.
And that's all specific to the grading and site plan, and then the building plan being separate.
We can't record a map and begin processing until we understand what work needs to happen on the site and that it is all constrained on the site.
Thank you.
Okay, let me go on to my next question. Also, the other point the council made was claiming staff had said the grading permits cannot be issued until the building permits are issued. But again, the development code says you can provide a performance guarantee, and condition of approval 76 says you can provide a performance guarantee. So what makes you think?
Well, that's good
Staff
news.
was
I'll
telling
be
you
picking
not.
up those permits here in a couple weeks. If that's true, I'd like to pick that permit up.
Well, your council would have seen it, I don't mean to argue, but your council would have seen it by looking at the development code or the condition of approval.
Yeah, I was told numerous times that until final map is recorded, we're not going to process permits. I was pleasantly surprised when building on April 22nd started processing, and I was a little dismayed when engineering sat on the final map for 7 weeks and said they'll need another 4 weeks.
Again, we have an appeal, so we can't look at the map. And I will clarify that I spoke with Mr. Whalen when we had the noticing error and did say that we would take in the plans and start processing them for review so he didn't lose time since it was our error. That was all we agreed to.
Okay, let me try it this way. Did town staff at any time violate any of its timing requirements in terms of processing your application?
There's a 30-day response time frame, and
for what?
For staff to reply and say that the application is complete or incomplete.
Right.
I received, normally on the 29th day at the afternoon, I would receive the incomplete. I received an additional incomplete that had data in it that wasn't in the first incomplete. And it wasn't until later that I called that out to staff that they decided to reverse course.
Okay. And this should all be in the record, right? This should all be documented in the
It's documented.
In the
All of it.
administrative record,
Yes.
what you're claiming. Okay. The applicant's attorney, your attorney, then went on and said, as further evidence of unlawful conduct, the conditions of approval were amended for the revised project to make it more difficult for you to begin construction. And he refers specifically to conditions of approval 58, 59, and 79, saying they were amended, to require applicant to obtain grading and building permits as well as complete building and engineering plans before starting construction. I went and looked to make sure what you're saying was accurate, or just to verify. None of those, let me tell you 3 things. Only one of those comes from planning staff. None of those 3 were amended based on what I saw. None of those 3 were amended between May and September's Planning Commission approvals. And none of them refer to the 2 things you claim they address: the requirement for the filing of the map recordation before construction and allowing a performance guarantee in lieu of the building permit for grading.
Yeah, I would say if you're looking at it in hindsight and you weren't at that meeting, I would come to the same conclusion you did. What you don't know is that behind the scenes, Brian O'Neill, Ryan's partner, was negotiating with Andy Morris and outside counsel to modify those conditions of approval that were surprisingly added, and did get some success on a couple of those that during the meeting were modified. And I believe one of them was town outside counsel refused to modify.
Okay.
I don't recall which number it was.
I just want to find out, are you sticking with the claim that conditions of approval 58, 59, and 79 were amended to prevent the applicant, you, from getting grading and building permits? The grading and building permit exception, the performance bond for those, preventing you from getting those, and also preventing you from getting permits without filing the map.
Yes, they were absolutely in the conditions of approval. And from prior to the Planning Commission meeting on May 4th and through the Planning Commission meeting, there was back and forth between Andy Morris and Brian O'Neill, and magically a couple of those were amended to what you have read today.
Okay. You've printed a lot in the Moonshine Ink, right? You've written columns for the Moonshine Ink.
Yeah, I would consider myself a housing advocate, and I have built workforce housing in Truckee and Tahoe City, all workforce housing, and I see some flaws in the process, and I see a lot of opportunity for change to improve what we're doing for our community.
Okay, so you know Alex Hof, am I saying her name right? The reporter?
Yes, I do know her.
Okay. In a May 2nd, 2026 article, she quoted you as saying that the Planning Commission's September 17th, 2024 approval of the project gave your team everything we wanted and more, and you thought it was really a pretty pleasant experience. Is that a correct quote?
Yeah, I was talking about the Planning Commission meeting September 17th. We went in there, the team, with quite a long list of conditions of approval that we needed modified. And the commissioners I was referring to were giving us the benefit of the doubt and gave most of the things that we needed, that we knew about at that time.
Okay.
And we were able to change those COAs.
Okay. Before we finish questioning possibly, or certainly before we're done with all the witnesses, your attorney will have a chance to go back and look at the resolution from the September 2024 hearing and the resolution from just this last May's Planning Commission hearing and compare
I believe that's what Adam is doing right now.
the conditions of approval. What were they, 58, 59, and 79? See if there's any changes?
The proposed COAs from May 4th is what they need to look at.
He's saying they were amended. So he can compare the two and see if he can find any changes in the language. And then he can find out if they have anything to do with the grading permits and building permits, performance bond, and the filing of the map. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie, do you want to say something about this on the screen, Adam?
Yeah, I think the first thing that I want to do, let's correct the record regarding application processing and the timelines. Again, payment was made for this application on December 4th of 2025. This application was analyzed pursuant to the Permit Streamlining Act. That basically just says you come in, you analyze the application for completeness. Have they given you the information that is required on the town's application forms? So on December 4th, we got payment. We could then initiate processing of the application. On December 31st at 4:45 p.m., Councilmember Zabriskie, the email record is in the response to the questions. On December 31st at 4:45 p.m., the applicant was mailed an incomplete letter that specifically identified information that was missing from the submittal package that came in. The applicant then responded to that incomplete letter on January 16th with updated plans and information. Staff then issued an application completeness letter on February 10th of 2026. That just basically said that here were the items that were identified as missing. You have addressed the items. There's no new information that was requested in that February 10th letter. And again, in that letter, staff was proactive in terms of providing the applicant with an anticipated schedule of going through the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission and then ultimately the Planning Commission process. And yes, there was a 10-day delay as a result of a noticing error. Following that February 10th, 2026 completeness letter, staff then issued a project analysis letter that analyzed the project relative to and this is the only analysis that was done to the project, and it's a good thing that HCD responded in time because it analyzed the project relative to the 2040 general plan. It analyzed the project relative to the downtown Truckee plan and the June 23rd, 2023 development code. At no point in time has staff ever analyzed the project under any form of code or that was adopted subsequently to its vesting date in 2023. Councilmember Zabriskie, you've been provided the email record in those questions, so you can see the receipts on those emails and those dates. Specifically regarding the conditions of approval that have been amended, in the presentation, what we noted to the council just now is that there was an amendment to condition of approval number 9. There was an amendment also to condition of approval number 5. I'm doing a quick search to see, again, ultimately the resolution before the commission, or excuse me, before the council tonight, again, condition of approval number 58 and 59. Again, what we see here on the right side of the screen in the PDF, this is the signed resolution from the Planning Commission from 2024. This is the wording on condition of approval number 57. It also is the wording on condition number approval number 58. If you can be patient with me, I will continue. I will work on pulling up the draft conditions that were initially proposed for Planning Commission on May 4th of 2026. I'm sure you can continue to ask questions, and I'll do my best to multitask.
And I'll just chime in. The applicant's attorney's contention that we missed the 30-day Housing Accountability Act deadline is also false. That letter was provided in a timely fashion.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, we're an hour and 45 minutes into this. How many people are interested in speaking on this item? Okay. So in the interest of everybody's time, if you could please queue up, and we're going to reset the clock for 3 minutes. We're set on that. Please state your name. Come on up. We're going to get started on this so that we can make sure we get through all of you. If you are just concurring with another speaker, you are welcome to say that. I concur with Joe Bob's comments, and you can add or elaborate anything on your own. We do want to hear from all of you. Again, I will repeat. I'm going to ask everybody to be respectful of each other's thoughts and opinions and comments. And so please do not applaud or make commentary during that process. So with that, you have 3 minutes to speak. State your name, and at the conclusion, if you would, please fill out a comment card so that we can make sure to spell your name accurately in the minutes of the meeting. Please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Julie Cadieux. A question keeps coming up in this process, and I want to address it directly as a member of the public. We are here appealing the Planning Commission approval of this project. Are we asking more of the Planning Commission than they normally do? And can the town legally ask more of the developer at this point? The answers are simple. No, we are not asking too much. And yes, the town can still require more information. And here's why. First, This is what the Planning Commission normally does. Every Planning Commission in the state of California is required to make sure a project meets 1, objective development standards, 2, objective safety and hazard standards, and 3, basic requirements for a complete and accurate record. This means checking things like slope analysis, which the developer has not provided, site location alternatives, which the developer has not provided, fire access and evacuation constraints, which the developer has not provided, CEQA exemptions and historic compatibility, again, both of which the developer has not provided. These are not extra requests. These are the standard everyday responsibilities of a planning commission. We are simply asking the town to do what the law already requires. Secondly, the town can still ask the developer for more information. There is a misconception that once an application is deemed complete, the town cannot ask for anything else. That is simply not true. The town can and should still require 1, missing documents like those stated above, corrections to inaccurate plans, and additional analysis needed to verify compliance and revisions needed to meet existing objective standards. The only thing the town cannot do is impose new standards adopted after the application was deemed complete or rely on subjective opinions. But enforcing existing objective standards is not only allowed, it is mandatory. Third, the town cannot make findings without evidence. Whether the town approves or denies this project, the decision must be supported by substantial evidence. If the record is incomplete, the town cannot legally make findings. That means the town must request the missing information, require corrections, and continue the hearing if necessary. This is not asking too much. This is basic due process and the foundation of a legally defensible decision. Finally, what the community is asking for is reasonable. We are not asking for special treatment. We are not asking for new rules. We are not asking for delays for the sake of delay. We are asking the town to enforce the standards already on the books, to ensure public health and safety, and to build a complete and accurate record. These are the minimums required for a lawful approval or a lawful denial. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can you restate your name? I'm so sorry. I missed it.
Julie Cadjew, Cadjew.
Thank you, Julie.
Council members, my name is Janine Gallant, and I've been a real estate professional for almost 40 years. I want to speak briefly to 2 objective issues, the Jaboom Street project. The bedroom mix and the failure to demonstrate the buildings on steep slopes is unavoidable. Our own Mountain Housing Council 2025 needs assessment shows the demand curve peaks at 1 and 2 bedroom units, reflecting Truckee's workforce composition, smaller households, service sector workers, and cost-burden renters. Every independent rental data set shows the same pattern. 2 bedroom units have higher demand, higher price per square foot, faster turnover than 3 bedroom units. Those seeking housing in Truckee overwhelmingly choose 2 bedroom units because they're the most attainable and best aligned with household size. The for sale market is even more decisive when looking at sales price of 2 bedroom condos versus 3 bedroom, with a 40 to 80% price jump, which eliminates most local buyers and even many second home buyers. Truckee's existing housing stock is already dominated by 3 and 4 bedroom homes. What we lack, what the market consistently demands, are smaller, more attainable 1 and 2 bedroom units, especially those walkable to downtown. So when a developer proposes large 3 bedroom for sale condos in the historic district, they're not responding to market demand. They are responding to a pro forma. And those oversized units directly drive the height, bulk, and massing that conflict with the downtown historic design guidelines. Now, the most critical, the developer has failed to demonstrate that restructuring the unit size is an acceptable alternative to building on a steep slope. Truckee Development's code requires a clear showing that no feasible alternative exists to disturbing 20 to 30% slopes. That means the applicant must provide alternative unit sizes, reduced footprint options, and a demonstration that the units cannot be redistributed to buildings A, B, or C. None of that analysis has been provided. Instead, the applicant simply asserts that the massive 4-story building D must be placed on the steep slope without showing why the units cannot be resized, reconfigured, or redistributed into a 2-bedroom dominant mix that reduces the building mass and scale. Under the Development Code, if a feasible alternative exists, and here it clearly does, the town cannot make the steep slope finding. Finally, the Housing Accountability Act requires that decisions based on objective evidence, and the evidence here is overwhelming. Market rate renters prefer 2 bedrooms. For sale buyers overwhelmingly prefer 2 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms sell faster, rent faster, and command higher price per square foot. 3 bedrooms are slow-moving luxury products with a tiny buyer pool, and 2-bedroom dominant mix is a feasible alternative that reduces slope disturbance. For these reasons, the proposed bedroom mix is not supported by market data, is not aligned with downtown buyer profiles, and does not meet the Development Code's requirement to avoid steep slope impacts when feasible alternatives exist. Thank you. Phew.
Thank you, Janine. Perfect timing. Hi, Mike.
Hey. Distinguished Town Council, town staff, and neighbors. My name is Mike Olinger. I'm a downtown Truckee resident and property owner. In fact, I live at the intersection of High Street, Spring, and Kaiser Avenue, which gives me a unique perspective on downtown Truckee traffic patterns. I see the bumper-to-bumper gridlock in front of my house whenever I-80 is closed or at a standstill due to winter conditions or due to fire, as folks try to get around the closed-down freeway. Downtown Truckee is already one of the most evacuation-constrained areas in the region and is a designated very high fire hazard severity zone. According to the town's own community wildfire protection plan and emergency operations plan, downtown Truckee includes 226 properties, about 550 nighttime residents, and at least 1,000 evacuation vehicles. These plans acknowledge our narrow historic streets, steep slopes, limited escape routes, and our dependence on a few choke points like Bridge Street, the Union Pacific Railroad, and Donner Pass Road. But what's missing from these plans is just as important. The town has never modeled how long it takes to evacuate downtown under wildfire conditions. The Jaboom Street project adds a significant new burden to this already constrained system. 62 units, 80 to 120 new residents, and 50 to 90 more vehicles. That's a 15 to 20% increase in nighttime population and up to an 8% increase in evacuation vehicles. All in the most bottlenecked part of downtown. And again, this project has no evacuation capacity study, no model clearance times, and no analysis of how these added vehicles affect the known choke points. And this isn't just a planning problem, it's a financial one. California's insurance market has changed dramatically. Insurers are withdrawing from high-risk zones, premiums are rising 50% and more in Sierra communities, and companies now use parcel-level wildfire risk scoring. Evacuation constraints are part of that scoring. Dense infill in a high-hazard, hard-to-evacuate area is treated as a risk amplifier. For downtown homeowners, that means higher premiums, non-renewals, forced fair plan coverage that can cost 2 to 4 times more, and ultimately reduce property values. When a project increases population density in a known evacuation bottleneck, insurers interpret that as a higher probability of catastrophic loss. The core issue is simple. The town has not modeled the risk. The Emergency Preparedness Work Plan confirms that a town-wide evacuation study is still pending. Downtown choke points have not been analyzed, and no clearance time modeling exists for the Jaboom project. Yet the town approved a major population increase without the data needed to determine whether evacuation remains safe. Until the town can demonstrate that downtown can safely evacuate, with the added load, approving this project places existing residents at greater physical and financial risk. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dana Cockrum, and my family lives about 60 feet up from the hill of this project. And I'm not a technical person, and honestly, speaking about something this complicated is a little intimidating for me. But I'm here because I generally worry about our safety, and I hope that you'll hear this from a neighbor's perspective. What concerns me most is that the Planning Commission wasn't given the basic information that they needed to understand the real safety issues. And without the information, I don't understand how anyone can confidently approve a project in this location. For example, we still don't know whether fire trucks can actually reach this building. Jaboom Street is narrow and it's old and it's already crowded. I walk it all the time in the winter and it can shrink down to one lane because of narrow snow berms. If a fire engine can't get through, that's not a small detail. That's life and safety. We also don't know whether there's enough water pressure for firefighting, but I'm not an engineer, and I don't know that the multi-story buildings, I know that they need a lot more water than smaller homes. If the town doesn't have a clear answer on that, it feels risky to move forward. And then there's the evacuation. My family lives right above this site. If there's a wildfire or another emergency, we all depend on being able to get out quickly. These streets are really narrow with limited access. Adding more people, more cars, and more congestion without studying how that affects evacuation just doesn't feel safe. Not for us and not for the new residents either. I'm not here to argue technical codes or laws. I'm just asking for something simple. Please make sure that you have all of the safety information before approving a project in a place this tight, this steep, this vulnerable. The Planning Commission didn't have that information. The public hasn't seen it, and without it, I don't think anyone else can honestly say that this project is safe. I care about this town. I've lived here for years, and I want new housing, and I want Truckee to thrive, but I also want to know that when we build, we're doing it responsibly, with full information, not missing pieces. I'm asking you to slow this down, get the safety studies that are missing, and make sure that the people who live here, including my family and friends, aren't put at risk. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dana.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sherry Polovneff, and I'm a local interior designer. I've been doing work up here Truckee, Tahoe for the last 35 years. I live up on High Street. I want to speak to the objective historic preservation standards of the overlay district that apply to all new construction downtown and to explain where this project fails to demonstrate compliance. Number one, massing and scale. Our guidelines are clear. New buildings must be subordinate to contributing historic structures, not equal to or larger than them. In downtown Truckee, that means respecting the established two-story rhythm and the modest human-scaled proportions that historically define Jaboom Street. Development Code 18.24.050, Figures 2-11 and 2-12 give perfectly good objective standards that discourage monotonous rows of buildings. This project, which represents approximately 95,000 square feet, does not provide the required massing comparison to historic district buildings. Number two, streetscape and rhythm. Development Code 18.24.110, Figure 235 gives a clear objective standard of what should be avoided in multifamily building design. Figure 239 provides another objective standard for building rhythm and the avoidance of single megastructures. The downtown guidelines require that facade articulation match the historic. That means narrower bays, vertical proportions, and breaks in the street wall that reflect the historic street patterns. Number three, material and architectural character. Guidelines require that materials and their color be compatible with the historic palette, primarily wood, brick, and historically appropriate siding, and that large monolithic facades are prohibited. The color choices presented in the application fail to meet the objective standards listed in the code section 18.24.050. The application does not demonstrate how the proposed project relates to the established history of Jaboom Street. The facade as presented reads as a single monolithic mass rather than a composition broken into historically scaled elements. That is an objective inconsistency with the guidelines. These are not subjective preferences. These are objective standards adopted by the town of Truckee to protect the integrity of our historic district. Because the application lacks evidence of the required compatibility, and because the available drawings show clear inconsistencies with massing, rhythm, step backs, roof forms, and materials, the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission did not, and the Planning Commission could not, make the mandatory findings for approval. As someone who has worked in this community for many years, I know that good projects can happen and meet the standards, but the standards must be applied consistently.
Thank you, Sherry.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Riley Rust, and I was born and raised in Truckee on High Street. I want to comment on the town's use of a CEQA and fill exemption for the Jaboom Street project. I'm submitting this comment because the town's exemption determination is incomplete, unsupported, and legally vulnerable, and because the community deserves a transparent, evidence-based environmental review before this project moves forward. My concern is not about housing. My concern is that the town has skipped the required environmental analysis, even though this site presents clear hazards and constraints that CEQA requires you to evaluate before approving an exemption. Even if a project appears to fit an exemption, CEQA guidelines require the town to evaluate several exemptions that prohibit the use of exemptions. These include cumulative impacts, unusual circumstances, historic resource impacts, location-based hazards, and other site-specific risks. The site clearly triggers multiple CEQA exemptions. This project is located in the downtown Truckee Historic District, a mapped fire hazard area, an inadequate evacuation corridor, an area with documented infrastructure constraints, and a neighborhood with ongoing development pressure. No evidence of an evaluation exists in the record. Without a complete exemption analysis, the town cannot lawfully rely on a categorical exemption. One more thing for the objective versus subjective crowd. The courts have ruled and upheld subjective public opinion as substantial evidence of the aesthetic impact of a project in a historic district. This is not just a minor paperwork issue. CEQA requires the town to evaluate environmental risks before approving a project, and definitely not after. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley.
Hello, my name is Ruth Cross. I have lived in Truckee over 50 years and have seen many changes. Most I have liked. The preservation of Truckee's historic core was no accident. Nevada County, before incorporation, used its authority to ensure the character of downtown as they recognized it as our financial hub and took steps to protect it, which has been our history. We are being asked to ignore both the limits of our landscape and the lessons of our history. This project does not fit the physical, historic, or safety constraints of downtown Truckee, and no amount of wishful thinking can make the constraints go away. First, this site sits on one of the most constrained evacuation zones in the entire town. Jaboom Street is a narrow corridor with difficult winter access. Adding a large, high occupancy building here on a steep slope with limited access creates a predictable and avoidable hazard. The town's own wildfire evacuation map shows this area as a bottleneck. Approving a project that intensifies the bottleneck is not responsible planning. Second, the project fails to respect the scale and character of our historic downtown. It is a recognized historic district with objective design standards. Those standards exist to protect the very qualities that make this town unique. A 4-story, flat-foot-roofed, modern mass pushed into the hillside is not compatible with the rhythm, scale, or form of surrounding buildings. Third, the site itself is physically constrained in the ways that have not been resolved. The steep slope, which everybody else has talked about, so I'll skip it. And finally, I want to speak to the idea that opposing this project does not mean opposing housing. Truckee needs housing, workforce housing, attainable housing, housing that fits our terrain and our infrastructure. You have the responsibility tonight to consider the site's real-world conditions. This project is the wrong building in the wrong place at the wrong scale. I urge you to uphold and appeal, deny the project, and direct staff and the applicant toward a safer, smaller, historically compatible alternative that truly serves Truckee and preserves our history for future generations.
Thank you, Ruth.
Mayor, council people, my name's Randy Sharp. Thank you for your service that affects the Truckee long-term health and resilience. This project sits in a location with documented emergency access deficiencies. The town's own adopted plans, including the Community Wildfire Protection Plan and the Evacuation Needs Assessment, identify downtown Truckee as an area constrained evacuation routes and limited redundancy. 62 residential units increase evacuation load in a quarter that's already identified as a bottleneck. This is an objective hazard under the state law. The project places future residents, some of whom will be lower income renters, in a location known as an emergency response delays. The town adopted standards required unobstructed access for fire and EMS. The record shows that the project's complex configuration, circulation, and constrained access conditions do not meet those standards. Again, it's not subjective, it's measurable. The project conflicts with town's own estimate and resilience policies, which have helped shape Truckee. The project conflicts with town's climate and resilience policies, which you have helped shape. Council members, your careers have been built on evidence-based decision-making and on evaluating risk honestly and on protecting the community's health. Tonight, you have the opportunity to apply that expertise to this project. The community as a whole, the appeal does not ask you to stop housing. It asks you to ensure that the housing is safe, resilient, and consistent with town's own adopted standards. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to grant this appeal and remand the project to design that meets both health, safety, and resilience standards in Truckee. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Clara Marquez, and I'm here speaking from the perspective of many Hispanic families who live and work in Truckee. We are a community that keeps this town running, cooking in the restaurants, cleaning in the hotels, maintaining the homes, and caring for the children and elders of Truckee. We love this town and we want to stay here, but we also want to stay safe. First, I want to talk about evacuation and wildfire risk, because for many Latino families, this is not an abstract issue. We often live in crowded housing, sometimes with multiple generations under one roof. Many of us work 2 jobs, many of us rely on 1 car for the whole family. And many of us remember the fear of the previous wildfires when evacuation routes were jammed and people didn't know if they could get out in time. Adding a large project like the residents at Jaboom Street right in the middle of downtown's evacuation bottleneck puts our families at even greater risk. This project adds dozens of new cars to the same narrow streets we all depend on. And when evacuation times come, it doesn't matter what language you speak or how much money you make, traffic doesn't care. But the truth is, our community is the least likely to have the resources to escape quickly. We can't afford to gamble with evacuation times that are already dangerously slow. We need housing, yes, but we also need to survive a wildfire. Second, I want to talk about affordable housing, because this project does not solve the problem our community actually faces. Most Latino families in Truckee are not looking for luxury apartments or market rate units. We're looking for truly affordable homes. Places where people who cook your meals, clean your rooms, and build your homes can actually live. This Jaboom project gives us 0 units that a typical Latino working family can afford, not a 1. It adds market rate apartments and luxury condos that will rent or sell for far more than what most of us can pay. And when projects like this get counted as housing production, it becomes even harder to argue for the deeply affordable units our community desperately needs. We are tired of being told that any housing is good housing. This is not true. Housing that cannot afford is that is not affordable is not helping us. Housing that makes wildfire evacuations worse is not helping us. Housing that pushes further from safety and farther from the center of town is not helping us. Finally, I want to say this. The Hispanic community is not against development. We are against unsafe development and unaffordable development. We want to live here. We want to raise our children here. We want to contribute to this town for generations, but we also need housing that is built for the Hispanic families that make Truckee run. We are a big community, and we need places that do not put our families in danger during wildfire. I ask you to deny this project and demand something better, something safer, something more affordable, and something that respects the lives and realities of the people who keep this town alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We appreciate your representation.
Good afternoon. My name is Rolf Godon, and I've lived in the downtown historic district for 40 years. And I care deeply about protecting the character, safety, integrity of this place. I'm here today to urge you to uphold the appeal. Staff's framing artificially narrows the scope and omits the very standards that the applicant asserts the project violates. It's simple. The actual written evidence provided to date fails to demonstrate the technical studies needed to show development and fire code compliance, which raises significant safety concerns. There is no objective analysis supporting the CEQA exemption. Without these documents, the town simply cannot make the findings the law requires. Equally important is the question of the historic district compatibility. We all value the historic district as it's a cultural asset and a major economic driver. That is why HPAC exists, to provide an additional layer of objective review. HPAC voted unanimously to deny this project because the applicant did not provide evidence of compliance with the objective standards. The record contains no massing analysis, inadequate visual simulations, and no demonstration that the building meets the adopted enforceable standards in Truckee's historic preservation overlay. Many of HPAC's findings correspond directly to measurable criteria in the development code. This is not subjective preference. This is objective non-compliance. The process itself is incomplete. Staff and Planning Commission worked with the record they were given, but the record is missing the analysis that allow you to make legally defensible findings. Approving a project without these findings could expose the town to unnecessarily legal risk and undermine the transparency and process integrity that this council has always defended. We are not asking you to reject housing. We are asking you to uphold the standards that make housing in Truckee safe, climate resilient, and compatible with our historic district. Given the gaps in the record, the responsible course of action is to require the applicant to provide the missing analysis before any approval is considered. For all these reasons, the only legally defensible action today is to uphold the appeal, or at minimum, continue the hearing until the required documentation is provided. Let's make sure we get this right for the sake of our historic district and the safety of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolf.
Hello, everyone, council staff and members of the community. My name is George Zaffel. I live here in downtown Truckee. I own a few historic buildings that I'm proud of being able to take care of properly. And council, I'd like to speak directly to the values you've consistently brought to this dais: smart growth, wildfire resilience, and housing that actually serves Truckee's workforce. Those are values I share, and those are exactly the values that this project, as approved, does not meet. With respect to objective safety, as we're all well aware, and we've heard much tonight about the difficulty of the evacuation of this downtown area where the site is located, but adding to this difficult area to evacuate, this level of density that this project brings, with limited access and no demonstrated evacuation capacity creates a measurable increase in life safety risk. The fire code requires that new development reduce hazard exposure, not intensify it. The record simply does not contain the evidence needed to make a defensible safety finding. And this council has always been clear. Wildfire resilience is not optional, it's a responsibility. On the subject of housing integrity, you have been Truckee's strongest advocates for workforce housing that keeps teachers, firefighters, and service workers in this community. But this project provides 0 deed-restricted units, minimal affordability commitments, and 0 protections against conversion to investor stock. Nothing in the record demonstrates that these units will house the people who actually keep Truckee functioning. Approving this project as workforce housing undermines the very housing goals you've championed. True smart growth reduces vehicle miles traveled, strengthens walkability, and aligns with climate goals. This project does none of that. It adds cars, adds hazard exposure, and provides no additional transit, no community amenities, and no sustainability features. Calling this infill doesn't make it smart growth. It makes it density without purpose. You cannot make the required findings based on the record before you. The safety finding is unsupported. The housing finding is unsupported. And the smart growth justification is contradicted by the project's own impacts. Upholding the appeal is not a no to housing. It is a yes to lawful, safe, and values-aligned planning. Council members, you've built your public service around responsible growth, wildfire resilience, and real housing solutions. Granting this appeal is the action that aligns with those principles. Therefore,
Thank you, George.
I respectfully request that you uphold the appeal and remand the
Thank you,
project for
George.
further evidence. Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ava Cockrum, and I'm 18 years old. I was born and raised right here in Truckee, and in a few months I'll be leaving for college. But before I go, I need to speak up about something that affects my family, my home, and the future of the town that I love. My family has lived on High Street for years. Our home sits directly above the street slope where this project is proposed. I'm not a technical expert. No one expects an 18-year-old to be, but I have learned enough to understand when something doesn't add up, and this project just doesn't add up. What worries me most is safety. My family's safety, our home safety, and the safety of our neighbors. That hillside is steep, and anyone who has walked it knows that. But when I looked at the Planning Commission's record, I was shocked. There's almost no factual information, no up-to-date soil report, and no slope stability modeling. No evacuation analysis that reflects the real-world wildfire conditions, yet the project was approved anyways. As someone who grew up doing fire drills at school and watching smoke roll into town every summer, I can't understand how a major project in a high hazard zone can move forward without the basic safety evidence that should be required. If I turned in a school project with this little research behind it, I'd fail. But this isn't a school assignment, this is my family's home, and this is our lives. I'm also thinking about what it means for Truckee's future. I want to come back after college, and I want this town to still feel like the place I grew up in. Responsible, careful, and protective of its people. Approving a project without the information needed to make objective evidence-based findings isn't responsible. It isn't careful, and it doesn't protect us. I'm asking you to do what the Planning Commission didn't. Look at the facts or lack of facts. Look at the steep slope, look at the wildfire evacuation constraints, look at the missing slope analysis, and ask yourselves whether you would feel comfortable approving a project if your own family lived directly above it. I'm leaving for college soon, but my family isn't. Their safety depends on the decisions you make. Please require the full objective hazard-based information that should have been provided from the start. Truckee deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava.
Hi, my name is Will Pringle, and I'm a local resident concerned about the lack of both affordable and market rate housing and of both affordable and market housing and commercial space downtown. I would simply like to state my support for the project and ask that the council deny this appeal. Allowing such appeals to come up with additional analysis requirements creates unnecessary delays for desperately needed housing, particularly mixed-use projects like this that do not require cars that add to our traffic and evacuation concerns. While we all have fire concerns, it's not a single project's responsibility to fix the entire downtown's evacuation plans, and placing housing in a more defensible area of town is a responsible way of building new housing. Please allow this project to move forward so we can make a small step towards addressing our housing affordability issues and signal to others willing to build here that we can be reasonable and want new housing for Truckee's future. Thank you for your time and your service to the town.
Thank you, Will.
Good evening, Mayor Klifstad and council members. My name is Megan Biega and I live downtown Truckee on High Street. Tonight you've heard testimony about safety, evacuation, historic preservation, environmental review, and housing. I won't repeat those arguments. Instead, I'd like to talk about stewardship. I support housing and I support growth in Truckee. I believe Truckee must continue to evolve if we want generations to live, work, and thrive here. But growth carries responsibility. People love Truckee because it feels different. It has a character, scale, sense of place that is becoming increasingly rare. That didn't happen by accident. It exists because people care deeply about this community and have worked hard to ensure that growth enhances what makes Truckee special. We are all beneficiaries of that stewardship, and now it is our turn. As council members, you are more than decision makers. You are stewards of a community whose future will be shaped by the choices you make today. Stewardship sometimes means having the courage to slow down when others are urging you to move faster. I recognize the Planning Commission devoted significant time and effort to this project and ultimately approved it, and I respect that work. But appeals exist because major decisions deserve an opportunity for independent review, particularly when substantial questions remain regarding the project's long-term impact on our community. Your responsibility tonight is not simply to review the Planning Commission's decision, it is to exercise your own independent judgment about what this project will mean to Truckee over time. Years from now, no one will remember the deadlines, legal opinions, or pressures surrounding this application. They will only see the result. Many decisions made in this chamber will eventually be forgotten. This building will not. It will become a permanent part of our historic downtown. When a decision is permanent, taking additional time to get it right is not an obstacle to progress. It is responsible leadership. I respectfully ask you to grant the appeal and give this project one more opportunity to become the kind of development that meets both our housing needs and that reflects the best of Truckee. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Hi, my name is Vince Sazenkoski. I'm a 22-year resident of Tahoe City. I'm also a real estate developer. I've spoken to you folks before about some of the challenges around here. I've tried 3 different workforce projects in Truckee, none of which penciled by either time, the challenges that came with entitling it, or actually building it. I think we all know it's really expensive to build around here. So I hear a lot of people asking for more affordable housing. There needs to be a solution as to how that gets paid for, because right now the state is actually decreasing the requirement of deeded affordable projects. I heard staff mention that this is a density bonus project, which means that there are, in fact, required low-income units within there, right? Because of the challenges that have been presented, the state is now considering lowering that hurdle and, in fact, providing less because of the time and the hurdles that are being presented to developers such as myself and the developer over here. So I heard staff, I heard council say they support the project. They believe that the appeal has no merit. I know that people are sad about a big building coming into Truckee, but I had a gentleman come to my house the other day because I had a plumbing leak. He works for the PUD. He's the guy that gets dispatched if it seems like somebody's got a leak. He was born in Truckee, married in Truckee, has 2 kids. He just moved to Reno. He can't afford a damn thing here, but he makes too much money for the low-income projects. These are the people we're losing. Not that this solves it. This just chips away at it, and we need housing. And I urge council to approve the project and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi there, I'm Brian Briega, Truckee resident, 35 years, and live on High Street and own a home up there. Once this is approved, this is a permanent thing. The height and mass of Building D isn't just an aesthetic issue, it is a public safety hazard. By cutting into a 30% grade hillside and towering 4 stories high, this structure will permanently block winter sunlight on the most treacherous hill in downtown Truckee. We already have documented history of traffic accidents, guardrail collisions, and emergency road closures on the intersection of High Street, Jeboom Street, and Bridge Streets. To approve a massive scale increase based on an incomplete shade study without auditing 5 years of police accident reports and municipal guardrail repair costs on that exact hill is an objective failure of public safety review. You cannot mitigate a shadow once the building is up. I ask you to deny the project and accept the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Is there anybody else that wishes to make public comment at this time? Seeing none. We have been here for 2.5 hours. We are going to take a very quick 5-minute break and be right back up here. Don't go far. think there are a few more questions, but I would like to invite Mr. Cochran back up to the podium and give his 5-minute rebuttal, and then we will continue with council questions and deliberation. Mr. Cochran. Okay, and you have 5 minutes.
The staff report asserts there was no missing objective health and safety information. Staff goes on to state the project amendment contained all required technical studies, CEQA studies, and objective analysis required by the development code. One statement contradicts the other. As stated earlier, the following required documents do not exist in the Planning Commission packet, the online record, or the attachments cited by staff. No slope of stability analysis, no fire flow calculations, no water supply analysis for firefighting, no emergency vehicle access analysis, no hazard overlay compliance findings, and the CEQA level analysis supporting the claimed exemption is not there. These are documents that are not there so that the Planning Commission could see them before they made their approval, not after. The question is not whether someone believes the information is missing. The question is whether the administrative record contains the objective project-specific technical analysis that the Development Code, the California Fire Code, CEQA, and the Housing Accountability Act require as a matter of law. Staff further claims that the studies requested by the appellant, myself, are not required by town ordinance, application forms, reviewing departments, and agencies. Buried in all the quoted documents, you'll find specifics and hints that describe these requirements. Furthermore, staff statement is incorrect because Truckee uses overlay districts to apply additional site-specific regulations on top of the underlying zoning requirements. Truckee's development code is clear. If a project is located in an overlay district, then additional review is required. This project is located in multiple such overlays. Under CEQA and the Housing Accountability Act, the town must base its findings on substantial evidence, not assumptions, not assurance, or general statements of compliance. In the staff response number 1, the government section referenced applies only to local agencies' denial or reduction in the density of building projects. The Planning Commission didn't either. It approved the project, therefore this section does not apply. In response number 2, the staff ignores the fact that CEQA requires environmental and hazardous analysis before project approval. Deferring these studies to the building permit stage violates CEQA's prohibition on deferred mitigation and deferred analysis. With regard to staff's response number 3, staff argues the Community Wildfire Preparedness Plan does not require project-level analysis. However, the Development Code and CEQA require that the town to evaluate whether the specific project creates or makes evacuation hazards worse. Staff claims the 2040 General Plan, EIR, already evaluated evacuation impacts. General Plan EIRs evaluate program level, not parcel level hazards. CEQA requires project level analysis where site-specific hazards exist. In response to staff number 4, they claim that because the project is processed under SB 330 and because the June 22, 2023 Development Code did not contain objective design standards, the town is prohibited from applying any objective historic district standards to the project. SB 330 prohibits denial based on subjective design standards, but it does not prohibit enforcement of the objective historic preservation standards contained in the historic preservation overlay. Staff argues that the site is now Category D, therefore the historic resources exemption does not apply. CEQA protects historic districts, not just individual structures or parcels. In response to number 5, the CEQA exemptions are said did not apply to Class 32. This is wrong on a matter of law. The section does apply if the project is located in a mapped, officially designated very high fire hazard severity zone. The staff continues to argue because level of service is no longer required downtown, there are no ongoing transportation. And as we stated earlier, there is definitely an evacuation issue with this project. Might add that we talked a lot about approval of conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your patience with this. I do have a few additional questions, but Adam, if you would like to cover your discoveries on the original findings and conditions of approval.
Yeah, happy to do that. First of all, this is the letter from February 10th that was sent to the applicant that deemed the application complete. As you can see in the letter, there's no further follow-up information or revisions that were made to the December 31st, 2025 incomplete letter. We have here, this is the March 6th Housing Accountability Act letter that was emailed to the applicant. Again, that was in the answer to the question that council asked. What we have here too on the screen, doing my best to pull up, iteration number 1 or version number 1 of the resolution. What we have on the right side of your screen here, this is the draft Word document of the resolution that went to the Planning Commission on May 4th of 2026. And what you have on the left side, excuse me, on the right side, left side, yeah. On the left side of the screen here, you have the resolution before you tonight, again in Word format if you want to compare the conditions. I also have the resolution from 2024 that the Planning Commission signed related to the same conditions. I wish you could pull it all up. But if you'd like me to scroll to a specific condition, I'm happy to do that. We can compare and contrast the various versions here. But just looking at it, preliminarily, they seem to be the same. Maybe condition 58 in the 2024 version looks maybe a little bit different.
Councilmember Zabriskie, was there a specific condition of approval that you wanted to evaluate and compare? I think we established the 57, 58, 59 ones. Were there any others?
I've looked at them several times.
You're satisfied that they are consistent? Okay, great, thank you. I do have a couple of questions and then I'll see if any other council members have any more. The general plan that we approved, I can't remember the exact wording of that, but it included CEQA review for that general plan, which included a development of approximately this density on that site. Is that correct?
That is correct. The density that is proposed by the project, the base density, is consistent with the density that's anticipated in the general plan.
Okay, thank you. The objective design standards, those were adopted post 2023 entitlement, correct? So we cannot apply those?
We cannot apply objective design standards.
We could only apply what was in effect in 2023, which was subjective design standards.
Subjective design guidelines.
Guidelines.
Correct.
Okay. What is the overlay district that Mr. Cochran was referring to?
The overlay district that Mr. Cochran was referring to is that it is located in the Historic Preservation Overlay District, and that basically says that if you are doing an exterior alteration to a building, or you're doing a project, then it is subject to historic design review.
Okay, and then evacuation has been brought up a lot this evening. We are preparing an evacuation study for the entire community, and I know that we are also considering in our next meeting, we're going to be looking at our housing and housing density and our RENA numbers, and I'm assuming those evacuation studies are including both where we stand now and these potential new projects that we're considering for housing improvement. Is that accurate?
It's great news that we have our emergency services coordinator here in the room, so I'm going to ask James to answer that directly.
Come on up, James. So to be more succinct, obviously we're evaluating our current standing, but we know we are, with our general plan and with our arena numbers, we're expanding this community. We have development pending. Are we accounting for that?
Yes, so you are correct. The evacuation study that's going on right now, that is supposed to be concluded before the end of this calendar year, is evaluating current condition, and it's also incorporating likely developments, whether it's residential, commercial, and also capital improvement projects, whether that's roadway infrastructure changes. So the consultants are taking all those into their modeling, and will be able to provide recommendations at the conclusion of the project.
Excellent. Thank you, James. Okay, and then just a couple last ones. You know, from my experience in permitting projects, things like soils reports and slope analysis, I typically am not required to submit those during entitlement, but certainly those are required during the permitting process. I am assuming that even though we don't have those currently, and as we've talked about, those types of documentation, fire access evaluation, all of that stuff is going to be part of the permit review.
That's correct.
Post entitlement.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so we are not requiring those. We are just saying they are not required until entitlement is established, which is essentially this appeal process.
Correct.
Great, thank you. Are there any other council members that have additional questions?
I did have, there were comments around deed restricted housing, excuse me, and I think you mentioned it at the beginning, Adam. Just want confirmation that there are 10 units of affordable housing as part of this project?
Correct. The project provides 10 units of affordable housing, 10 units of affordable at the low income level. These are in Building A.
And can you tell us, do we know what low income is? Is that below 80%?
Yeah, below 80%, correct.
AMI?
AMI,
Okay.
yes. Area median income, correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was it.
Councilmember Henderson, or Vice Mayor Henderson, did you have some additional questions?
Thank you. Yes, just a couple. I think this is probably best directed towards our legal counsel. Just given the opposition that we have heard tonight, can you just tell us, for the record, does public opposition on its own constitute the kind of evidence that the Housing Accountability Act requires to deny a project, or do we still need a specific adverse, unmitigable impact supported by evidence in the record?
In my view, the public opposition we've heard tonight does not constitute grounds under the Housing Accountability Act for denial of the project, and we still would need specific information about an impact that cannot be mitigated.
Okay, thank you. And then Andy, I'm probably just this next question is probably for you as well. Is there any procedural defect, such as noticing, hearing count under SB 330, anything that we need to cure before we can act tonight?
No, there isn't. As I've mentioned, notwithstanding what Mr. Whalen and his attorney have said, the HCD staff have told us that we have not exceeded our hearing limits, because they told us that because of the project amendment, we got a new 5 hearing limit. And in all other respects, we've complied with the procedures required under the law and our own code, and we have complied with the advice and guidance of HCD staff.
Okay, thank you. And last question, just based on everything we've heard tonight, has anything new come up that raises any legal concerns about upholding the findings, specific legal concerns?
From my perspective, no.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I should have asked this ahead of time. I know we have some 4-story buildings downtown. Truckee Hotel, Artist Lofts. What else is down there at 4 stories?
The Sierra Tavern building,
Right.
I think is almost 5, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And our development code specifically says 3.5 stories or 50 feet, but that is essentially waivable because of state density bonus law, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, any other questions, council members? Zabriskie, are we good to go to deliberation?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor Henderson, would you like to kick this off?
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that. I want to start just, I know I'm not in the room in Chambers with you tonight, but I really want to start with the folks who did come down to Chambers tonight and just say thank you for coming down. I really hear you. You're here on a Tuesday evening because you love this town. And nobody fills a room like this over a project they don't care about. You showed up, and I think that's something that we all have in common. We all love this town, and we all want to make it work. I also want to talk about who likely isn't here tonight, who's not in the room, who's not on this call. And it's folks who are working, or the folks who already gave up and moved down the hill. The teacher who floats between different classrooms at Truckee Elementary, including my son's 3rd grade class this past year. She commutes from Reno because she was priced out of Truckee. Nearly every person working in the kitchen at the ramen shop just around the corner, they drive up from Reno. The woman who checks me out every week at Safeway. Same familiar face every week. She lives in Reno. These aren't strangers. They're the people who are Truckee. They teach our kids, they feed us, they show up for us every single day. And not one of them can afford to live in the town that they work to keep running every single day. Every winter they drive up on I-80 in the dark, out of Reno, through that canyon, on ice, in the snow, to do the work that makes this place function. And then they have to leave because there's nowhere here for them to stay, nowhere for them to live. And to me, that's the quiet erosion of this community. It's not about buildings. It's the slow loss of the people who give this town its true character. I've heard the appellant say tonight that the evidence is lacking, and I want to be really honest about my role on that. These aren't findings that I get to make based on a gut feeling. The law gives us a specific standard, and it asks the people with the expertise, our staff, our legal counsel, Truckee Fire, to tell us what the record shows. On the evacuation concern specifically, I want to be precise about what's actually in our record because I don't think it's been thoroughly represented tonight. Truckee Fire reviewed this project plan through the standard agency routing process, and their comments didn't identify any inconsistency with the community wildfire protection plan and didn't flag an evacuation problem or a downtown bottleneck. This project had gone through review. It didn't identify access or evacuation problems. It's contained the required technical studies and analysis required by the development code. And the density here, including the bonus units, is consistent with what our 2040 general plan already evaluated. And that review also found that build-out wouldn't cut off or impair existing evacuation routes. And I want to just state really clearly that I don't hear or perceive this fear about evacuation as unreasonable. It is very reasonable. I hear this from everyone who, like me, has lived through a lot of wildfire and smoke seasons here, who know what's at stake on this mountain. That fear is very legitimate. But I also have to be straight about it. I'm not a fire or evacuation expert, and neither is anyone on this dais. The law doesn't ask me to weigh evacuation based on my gut or candidly to count how many people in the room are worried about it. It asks the agency whose entire job it is to determine this exact question. I can disagree with our staff on policy any day of the week, but I don't get to overrule the fire experts on a safety finding because the politics in the room are pointing a different way tonight. That wouldn't be courageous of me. That would be substituting my feelings for their judgment. And the law is right not to let me to do that. Here's where you are right and where I agree. How and where we build on this terrain matters. Slope, fire access, snow load, those are very real mountain engineering issues. And I want that scrutiny on every single project, not just this project, on every project. I want to see that keep coming forward. But I also just want to be really honest about what we're protecting. Because if we keep saying no to homes in our downtown, in an area already served by water, by sewer, by transit, we don't preserve Truckee. We price out the very people who make it Truckee. And what happens is we end up pushing the next project onto a hillside or somewhere else instead of in our downtown core. Building here in the core is how we keep the mountains around us undeveloped. 62 homes, 10 permanently affordable, 10 affordable homes with shops on the ground floor. That's infill done the way our community has always said we want it done. That's infill done the way that our community came out and said they wanted during our entire general plan process, which took us 5 years. As to the law, our job tonight isn't to decide whether we love 4 stories or this facade. Andy, our legal counsel, made that really clear at the beginning of the evening. It's whether the record shows a specific, adverse, unavoidable impact to health or safety. Staff and our legal counsel find no specific adverse impact in the record, and Truckee Fire's review didn't identify evacuation problems either. The fire access and the slope details that people are worried about, they don't vanish tonight. Our mayor just talked about that a little bit. They get reviewed again at the building permit stage, which is exactly what the conditions of approval really are for. But concern isn't the same as evidence. And on this record, I have to say that I don't see a lawful basis to deny these homes. I want to end by saying just that I genuinely believe we all want a lot of the same thing tonight. We ultimately want a Truckee that's still Truckee in 20 years. We just see different threats to it. I hear that many of you are worried about what we build and the risks associated with that. I am genuinely worried about who we lose. I don't believe those two things have to be enemies, and I hope that even when we do disagree, you keep showing up exactly like you are tonight. I'm thinking about that teacher. I'm thinking about that cashier at Safeway. And tonight I am prepared to make the findings, deny the appeal, and approve the project so that someday the people who hold this town together might actually get to live in it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate that elaboration and commentary. And yeah, I will remind us all that we are looking for facts and findings. Not feelings and fears, although there are plenty of both available to us. So, Councilmember Romack.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to everybody in the room that provided comments tonight, that sent us comments, that spent a lot of time and energy looking at the technical aspects and the details of this project. As Vice Mayor said, everybody in this room cares a lot about Truckee, and I hear you on wildfire risk and public safety and historical resources. And also, I know up here on the dais, we're always looking at balance and balancing that along with opportunities for those who work here. And where can we have people live close to services and close to public transportation, reducing impacts on the environment. And since Vice Mayor just said a lot of great things, and I agree with most of those statements, I will say that I cannot make the findings to support the appeal. As Vice Mayor said, I trust our staff, our experts who have weighed in on this process. And so I feel confident in moving forward and adopting the resolution to deny the appeal and uphold the approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I agree with everything, well, virtually everything, not everything, virtually everything that the commenters said, talking factually about what the impact of this project could mean for us in terms of adding 62 units on Jaboom Street. I anticipate if the project goes in that the town will be under greater pressure to try to figure out how to address traffic and pedestrian and bike safety on Jaboom Street. We all know it doesn't have any improved streetscape. There's no sidewalk on the south side. And here we are being asked to approve a project, a big project that would go in there. And on traffic, we're in a tough spot because the state has said we don't consider level of service, just how dense is it? How much congestion is there? We're not to consider that. We're to consider vehicle miles traveled, which conversely means by having a project as infill downtown, we're going to reduce driving. Along those lines, this project, if it goes in, is going to put pressure on the town to start improving transit, public transit, whether it's Start Connect or something else. So I see a lot of burdens the community is going to have to bear if this project is approved. On the flip side, looking more specifically at the appeal, It's I can understand the basis of the appeal very well and how tough it is, and what a good job Mr. Cockram did in presenting the appeal, because we're looking at programmatic studies, analyses that have been done, project level analyses that have been done, analyses that have yet to be done but that can be put off until we get to the building permit phase. And we're looking at analyses that aren't required that we might wish were. And it's teasing those out. The thing is, certainly for those of us that want to pursue the action, if you want to continue the appeal, realize that these are legal questions. It's not as if we are making decisions on factual issues where an appellate court would have to give deference to our decisions on resolving issues of credibility. It'd be purely legal questions. So it only becomes a matter of money. For those of you on either side of this issue, it's only a matter of money and paying the cost of an appeal, which aren't slight, and an appeal would take a number of years, anywhere from a year to 3 years if you go up through Superior Court and Appellate Court. So those are all things to consider. I've indicated which way I'm headed. I do tend to agree with my fellow council members and staff that the record is adequate to support applicants' request on all points, that the state has put us in a bind on a number of items, essentially telling us there's a number of things we can't consider simply because 10 of the units would be affordable housing. I want to briefly address the applicant's response on the appeal. I am shocked and disappointed in the applicant and counsel. I feel they've misrepresented the facts in that appeal. It's in the record. You can look at the documents. You can see that contrary to what Mr. Whalen's counsel said, the planning department did not make it harder for the applicant to get either a grading permit or a building permit. What you will see if you look not at the amendments they identified, because those are irrelevant. I don't know why they picked out those 3 amendments. If you look at the amendments that are relevant, what was happened is 2 amendments were clarified for the applicant's benefit to make explicit what already appears in the development code. So they were really matters of no import. They do not slow up the applicant. And I didn't see anything in the record that suggests the staff did anything else to slow this project down. What I see is the applicant spent about 16 months between the time the application was approved in September 2024 and when he finally had a completed, amended major application in order to proceed. So 16 months can be attributed to the applicant at a minimum for the passage of time in order for him to get to this point. So that's an expression of my sentiment on 2 points and how I feel and where I'm leaning on this application.
Where you're leaning, so to be clear, you are willing...
I would approve the application.
So deny the appeal and
Deny
approve
the
the
appeal.
resolution. Okay. We have 3 votes in support. I will just make a couple of short comments. I don't know how many of you remember when this project was initially publicized in the Sierra Sun, and it was quite a few years ago. And there was parking on top off of High Street. And I remember seeing that thinking, what in the world is going on here? There's been several iterations of the project since then. I think in some ways improving it, and in some ways making it more challenging for our community to embrace. I believe the original application that was approved during its entitlement in 2024 would have been a great place to continue on from for all of us. We wouldn't be up against these deadlines. We wouldn't be throwing or threatening lawsuits at each other, because we could have had a better opportunity to navigate some of these concerns. So it's a real unfortunate circumstance that we're in this place, and I do see that there's. I agree with my fellow council member Zabriskie that responsibility lays on the developer. The reason that we're up against this deadline and we're dealing with these changes that I believe should have and could have been foreseeable in that first approval. But this amendment gave you all another opportunity to provide comment and express your concern. And I hope that the applicant takes those comments and those concerns seriously. I think there are still opportunities for improvement that wouldn't require an amendment. I hope that they would consider some of those. But I do want to make sure that it's clear that we were given authority from the state representation, Housing and Community Development, to not deviate from our process. And what that process allowed us to do is to have more hearings on it, to have another HVAC hearing, another 2 Planning Commission hearings, and this hearing tonight. I'm really proud of our town making sure that we are doing that process and having that public interface with every opportunity. So I thank everybody here to be a part of that. I wish there was a way, like they do in small claims court, to kind of split the difference here and make each party a little bit happy and make a compromise. The state laws do not allow us that ability in this case. So we are at the point where I believe we have consensus that this application is valid and that the appeal should be denied. Are there any additional comments on this? No. Councilmember Henderson. Okay. With that, we do need a roll call vote.
We need a motion, I think, first.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2026-34 denying the appeal and upholding approval of the Residents at Jaboom project amendment.
You want a second? I'll roll call, please.
Do you want us to read out? Sorry, Jan, your microphone needs to be on.
Does the recommendation need to be read out in its entirety, or has Lindsay captured it?
I think she's captured it.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call vote,
Could I
please.
ask for a clarification, though, so we can be very clear? The applicant had asked that there be a change or deviation to the process in terms of processing maps and everything. I heard, Mayor, you say very specifically to stick with the process as we were guided by HCD, and I think there would be benefit and clarity for that.
That is my opinion. Can I get my fellow council members' opinion?
Agreed.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
So roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Klofstad?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your time this evening. We appreciate you. We do have another meeting, so if you want to stick around for it, but we will adjourn. Well, welcome back to our second special meeting of the evening. We have a new member of council here. Should we do another roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Separate meeting. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Here.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Here.
Councilmember Romack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Henderson.
Here.
And Mayor Klobstad.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will skip the Pledge of Allegiance, as we already did that this evening. But I will open up general public comment again. If there is anybody who is now in the room that would like to make a general public comment on something that is not on the agenda, yes, come on up to the podium. Mr. Rowe. And even though we know your names, please state it for the record.
Okay.
I don't think the microphone is on.
Thank you. My name is Craig Rowe, and I'm the director of La Fuerza Latina. And I'm also very proudly a Truckee High instructor for the last 10 years. And first, I just want to share with you and thank you for grinding through a long day. I could feel it. I came in late. And I could feel the passions and even some tensions when I came in. So thank you for each one of you for your service. So this is going to be a different tone with my public comment. And in my classroom at Truckee High, as some of you have seen, I have all kinds of posters. And one of my favorites is a quote from Dr. King. And he asks, life's most urgent and persistent question, what have you done for others? And it's a quote that I point to our young people all the time, and I'm always encouraging them to get involved in the Youth Council, the Truckee Youth Council, the Model UN, ASB, Student Body President. What have you done for others? But as you know, as parents, kids don't live their lives based on what you tell them. They live their lives based on what you do. And so I came here tonight and inspired by many of you to share with you that I've decided to run for the Truckee Airport District Board, which at first may seem like an odd connection, but the more I research and the more I look into it, I'm convinced that we need an airport that is a true community resource, and especially for our young people. You can find out more about those priorities at Craig Rowe 2026, but I also wanted to kind of thank each one of you for supporting me and inspiring me to serve. And I also want to thank particularly those of you who I know very well for your endorsements, and especially those of you that I'm still getting to know. Your endorsement to me is an act of faith, it's an act of courage. And I also wanted to finish tonight by ensuring that each and every one of you, that I will not let you down. I will wake up every single day, win or lose, thinking about Truckee, thinking about North Tahoe, and particularly thinking about our young people. So thank you very much for your service. It's genuinely appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe, and congratulations on your decision to run for elected office. We wish you the best of luck. Any other general public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and move on to our presentations.
Thank you. Well, continuing with the tone of youth and youth participating. Can you hear me or should I get it? Is that better? Okay. Let me just pull the presentation. So I'm here tonight to talk about the Youth Commission. It will be a super brief update. We will be starting in September. It would be third Wednesday of the month, so it would be the first one, September 16th of 2026. We'll have 7 youth commissioners. We, like I said, will meet every third Wednesday, and we have a $15,000 budget for this fiscal year that was already approved with the budget and everything, and just very excited about it. So before we started it, when we were planning it and everything, we did some outreach and we participated in the Youth Forum. That is an event that's held annually with the school district and the Community Foundation. We were at community events and we had meetings and talked to Jeff Dallas and Allison Lemon from Nevada County, with Alexander Wright from Placer County, and with Nevada County Youth Commissioners for District 5, which is here, and Dr. Craig Rowe, which is here, and a big, big shout out because I really don't think that this would have been possible without all your help, so thank you. So we had an application, let me see if it opens, just really briefly so you can see it. That was pretty comprehensive. It told them like kind of what to expect. It was in English and Spanish because it was supposed to be approved to by the parents. So we didn't want any kid to like not be able to tell the parents what this was about, to have their support and everything. And it had some questions like, why are you interested in serving in the Youth Commission? And like, part of the feedback that Dr. Rowe gave us was like, if it was just questions like these, maybe AI was going to be the one answering. We didn't want that. So we also had them do like a little creative project where they could do a presentation, a video, a song, a piece of art, a poem, or anything else. And we did get like a range. We had mostly videos, and we had a song, and we had 2 poems, and one of the kids showed their art and what inspired them, and it was just really cool to see like the actual creative project and not just the written answers, and then just the parents saying that they approved that. It was open from May 5th to the 29th. And it was for 9 to 12 graders that will be in 9 to 12 grades in the fall, not right now. We had a total of 15 applicants, which was more than I thought, but I was really excited about it too. And we had applicants from Tahoe Expedition Academy, from Forest Charter School, and mostly from Truckee High School. We didn't set a limit, like anybody, any youth here interested could apply. We didn't say like, oh, just Truckee High School or just TTUSD. Like all the kids that wanted to do it could apply. And then the way that we shared the application or like give word out was to mainly Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, to principals, counselors, teachers, really everyone that we could talk to, community partners like Sierra Community House, SOS Outreach, Adventure Risk Challenge, Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. We also send it to town employees. And the youth commissioners also helped spread the word. They went into classrooms, they told their friends. So we had like a lot of support from them already. And for the selection process, we have already like pre-selected 11 applicants based on the applications. Like some of them, for example, that it said like answer with 200 questions, and they were like 10. I mean, words, not questions, 10 words. So we're like, okay, maybe not that one. Or for the video, it was like, Truckee means greatness to me, and that was it. So those we were like, okay, maybe these weren't so ready. But for the 11 that are still there, we're gonna do a group activity on August 20th. We decided that we're not doing one-on-one interviews because we really want to see how they collaborate, how they work together, because I think that's one of the most important parts of it. They're going to have to collaborate with each other. They're going to have to collaborate with us. They're going to have to collaborate with you. They're going to have to collaborate with partners. So we want to see kind of like the group dynamics, what's happening, how they get along, how they participate or not, or all of that. So that's why we decided to do that instead of like just one-on-one interviews. In the selection panel, we'll have town employees and 2 of Nevada County youth commissioners for District 5 that will help us decide. We also think that is really important to have them because who are better experts than them to say like, oh, this will work or not. And for their first project or projects, we don't have a set project yet. We want buy-in from them. So I don't want to just be like, oh, this is what you'll be working on. And we're planning on the kids, the ones who are selected, having meetings with you, with town department heads, with the school district, with Nevada County and its current youth commission, so that, again, there's a lot of collaboration in whatever project or projects they're working on has like a lot more chance to succeed, and we really just want to set them up for success. And that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's move on to the town manager's report, and then we can ask some questions.
Okay, good evening. I'm going to try to be quick, but I do have a couple things because we have a fairly long recess coming up. So as a reminder to the community, this is the last council meeting until August 11th. We go dark in July. And that means we don't have council meetings in July. Don't worry, town staff are working every day. They're here to respond to questions, process permits, and answer anything, any needs that the community will have. It is just an opportunity to give the community a break from having to watch what's on our agendas if people want to go on vacation, and not worry that we're making big policy decisions during that month. So we will see you all back here August 11th. And so a couple of events that are happening and things that are going on in that time period. We have officially launched in partnership with, closed it out, so let me open it back up, with partnership with Visit Truckee Tahoe and the Cultural District, the third Dark Skies photo competition and Dark Skies awareness campaign. And Visit Truckee Tahoe is hosting the photo competition this year on their website. And they have built out a beautiful webpage, and you can submit your entries right there. I'm going to pull that up and show everybody so that it's very, very easy to find. You go to visittruckeetahoe.com. You can do search in the search button, do Keep It Dark or Dark Skies. It'll come up, or do / Keep It Dark contest. And just scroll through. All the rules for the contest are here. The opening date was yesterday, and it will officially close on August 12th. There'll be a judging period where judges will narrow down the finalists, and then the community this year will pick the winners. So we reversed that. It's a little different than in prior years. And then hold the date October 2nd for the awards reception and exhibition. We're working on a location for that. And I'm excited to share. You can see all the submissions right here, and we've already had a few that have been submitted. So this is in our amateur category, which looks pretty professional to me. So great job. And then in the professional category, which are also just amazing, so 4 submissions. So we look forward to watching these over the summer. Go visit the site, see what comes in, and we'll do one last reminder on August 11th. You'll have a couple hours to submit before the August 12th deadline. And then on Monday, coming up, this coming Monday, our PD department here at Town Hall will be hosting a community meeting to discuss all of the equipment and technologies that our police department uses. That is a Public Chiefs Advisory Committee. So it's our CAC meeting that happens monthly. It's just open to the public this time. The committee will be convening and reviewing all of that great equipment that we use. I think we're going to have the boat here and the new motors out in the parking lot, so you can have a chance to see those. That starts at 5 p.m. So anybody's welcome to join that conversation, ask questions, and learn about all the great technologies and the equipment that we do use. And then following that, on Saturday, there's a birthday celebration happening for our country, 4th of July, 250 years. Lots of events happening in town, as always, and this is also a great site to find out information about that. So as long as I have it up, I'm just going to show the community, because it's super easy if you're wondering how to get around town and how to get to the events. You can scroll right down, Signature Summer Events, click on that. It'll come right up to Truckee 4th of July. Again, click here. All of the events, the pancake breakfast, the firecracker mile, 4th of July parade, and then the festivities at West End Beach, including the fireworks. And what's really great is there's a lot of information down here about how to get around town. There's the free parade shuttles that will be running. There's the shuttles to West End Beach for the fireworks. That starts at 3 p.m. They're free. You get those at the high school. And then they'll be running until about midnight to get you back to the high school. They're really convenient and a lot less hassle in terms of getting down to West End Beach if you're looking to do that. And then lots of FAQs here if you want to know how to bike, what's going on with TARC Connect, all the good stuff here. And then we just had an amazing Truckee day, and we cleaned up lots of garbage and had 500 people helping to keep our town clean. So pack in, pack out. If you are going down to the lake, take some garbage bags. We'll have those available on the shuttles as well. But please don't leave litter around town, and help keep our community clean. We would appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you for that. Questions from council on either of those presentations? Go right ahead.
I have a question on Andrea. Thank you. This is super exciting on the Youth Commission, and great that it's going to be a tough decision, I'm guessing, how to pick 7 out of the 11. Have you been thinking of ways to keep those others that are not selected engaged and involved, and maybe looking at Dr. Rowe too, just because it's awesome if kids want to be involved? I don't know if that's something you've thought about at all.
Yes, I have thought about it. I have not come to any conclusions. And there is a program that we think is starting, like an internship with, is it 211? With 211, that might be a better option, but there's some things that we have in mind that are not like completely set. But as I told the ones that, those were the most awful phone calls ever. But as I told the 4 that weren't selected, like there's always next year too. So yes, definitely.
Great. Can't wait to meet them all and see their work efforts. Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie. Vice Mayor Henderson, any questions?
No, just thank you so much for the updates, and I'm sure you're all not surprised, but I'm very excited about our Youth Commission.
Yes, I think we all are. Okay, thank you very much. Any public comments on any of our presentations? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Okay, we'll move on to consent calendar. So these are considered regular business, non-controversial items. We have 6.1, minutes of the June 9th, 2026 regular meeting. 6.2, consulting services with Air Diamond Creative Consulting for implementation of cloud permit and associated process improvements. 6.3, adopt resolution 2026-33, amending fiscal year 2026-27 GAN appropriations limits. 6.4, acceptance of the transit audit report for fiscal year 2024-25. 6.5, dental fixed rates and special assignment pay for the community impact officer. 6.6, professional services contract award for the active transportation plan, C2320. 6.7, adopt resolution 2026-29, authorizing the submission of the 2026 Bridge Investment Program grant application. 6.8, Measure U Dirt Trail Grant Award, Trout Creek Dirt Trail Preliminary Engineering and Project Scoping. 6.9, Contract Award for Town Surveyor Services with Loomis and Associates. 6.10, Contract Award for the Town Pavement Condition Survey Project. 6.11, Donner Lake Interagency Partnership for Stewardship Council Liaison. 6.12, Home Weatherization Rebate Partnership with the Truckee Donner Public Utility District. A couple more. 6.13, 2024 General Plan Implementation, Adopt Ordinance 2026-09, Development Code General Plan Amendments, and Ordinance 2026-10 for the accessory dwelling units. And then finally, 6.14, Update to Housing Program Guidelines. Are there any of these consent items that council wishes to pull to discuss? Councilmember, Vice Mayor Henderson? No? Any items that staff wish to pull?
No, Mayor.
Any items that the public wish to pull? Seeing none. Great. Do we have any public comments on any of the consent agenda items? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
I move we adopt the consent calendar 6.1 through 6.14.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Yes.
Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Klobstad?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, on to our discussion item 7.1, 2027-2035 Housing Element Public Review Draft. Yumi, you get the pleasure. Yeah. That's why Jen wanted us to do consent before we Sorry, everybody.
right. Hello again. We're here to talk about the housing element once again. This is about the public review draft, which was released on May 18th. The 30-day review period ended on June 17th, but of course, we always accept public comment at the council meetings, and we can incorporate anything into the public review draft before submittal to HCD. As you know, the housing element. The housing element is one of the required elements of the general plan, and it is the framework that guides decision about housing policy for the next planning period. It is the only element that is reviewed by the state, by the Department of Housing and Community Development, and is the only one that has a mandated schedule. So some important dates that we're keeping an eye on that we've talked about before. The housing element 7th cycle planning period is from 2027 to 2035. The adoption deadline for this housing element, as mandated by the state, is May 15th, 2027. And as I stated, the public review draft was released on May 18th, and the review period ended on June 17th. Planning Commission reviewed this public review draft earlier this month on June 2nd, and then the Town Council you're reviewing it tonight. And our target date, depending on what the outcome of the decision or direction from council is tonight, we're hoping to submit to HCD in July with our first review. We started this process back in June with the hiring of our consultant, Ascent, and they provided a lot of background information. A lot of work has been done by Ascent to get us to where we are, and we're coming to the end of our 9-month preparation of the housing element. So that's the first phase, and we're here in this box in blue that shows that we're here doing our public workshops for the public review draft. So to give you an overview of what the housing element includes, the primary document is called the housing element. It's a policy framework that looks like all of the other chapters that you see in our general plan. It has all of our policy documents, or programs, and actions and goals. What's unique about the housing element is that it has several background documents that help provide the information that supports all of the policies that are within our housing element. So there's the Appendix HA has our community profile, which is a lot of demographic information about our town. We have an appendix about our governmental and non-governmental constraints. So we're looking at what development standards may be considered a constraint, fees may be considered a constraint, land costs or financing are also considered constraints that are identified and analyzed in the housing element. We also have a sites inventory, which we've talked a lot about. We'll talk about it a little more in this presentation. There's an assessment of fair housing, funding resources, and energy conservation. Well, we've evaluated how we've done in our past 6th cycle housing element, which is the cycle we're in currently. We have a community outreach chapter that identifies what we've done so far and what we generally do as a town, since we do a lot of ongoing outreach about housing, even outside this housing element process. And then we have a glossary of terms. Tonight we'll be talking a little bit about the findings of our analysis, mostly looking at the community profile and our fair housing assessment. We'll talk about the 2 major components of the housing element, in addition to that community profile, which will be the sites inventory and the policies and programs, and then we'll turn it over to you to provide direction on how, if we need to amend the draft before we submit to HCD. So we pulled out some interesting data points that came out of the community profile. So that was the first appendix. And we found that while Nevada County's population has fluctuated over the past decade, the town of Truckee has generally maintained consistent growth at rates exceeding the county since 1995. Truckee experienced rapid growth between 95 and 05, and then the population increased by 5% from 05 to 2010, and then in recent years, we've still continued to increase, but at a slower rate, which is in contrast to the county's population, which has actually decreased in that same time period. This slide shows 2 tables. The top table shows the population by age from 2013 to 2023, and the bottom slide shows population by race and ethnicity during that same time period. And I thought the most interesting data point in this table is the change in the prime working age group, which is defined as 25 years to 45 years old. And this age group still makes up the largest percentage of the town's population at 42%, but the proportion of the population has decreased significantly from 2013 by 10%, when it was previously at 52%. At the same time, the population ages 55 and over, so our senior population increased significantly from 19% to 31%. In the same 10-year period, we found that Truckee experienced relatively minor changes in its racial and ethnic backgrounds. Non-Hispanic white residents remained the largest group at approximately 80% of the population. In both 2013 and 2023, African American, Asian, and Native Hawaiian, those groups increased a bit over this period, while Hispanic or Latino populations, American Indian, and Alaskan Native populations decreased in that same time period. So these are just interesting tidbits that we found during the research period of our housing element. Additionally, in total employment in Truckee, the total employment in Truckee remained relatively stable in that same time period. It appeared our employment is slightly diversified. We're still tourism-based, but we still have a shift towards professional and industrial sectors within the town. We're seeing an increase in professional and administrative services type positions, educational services, healthcare, and social assistance. That those sectors remain steady from those 2 years, between those 2 years. But we did see a slight decrease in construction, finance, and real estate, as well as hospitality, which is an interesting tidbit. Additionally, we also found that the median income for owner-occupied households in Truckee was approximately $154,000, whereas for the median income for renter-occupied households was around $67,000. And then the town continues to have a large amount of single-family residential homes, which has been our primary housing stock. But in the last 5 years, there's been a tiny shift. We're seeing a little bit of a shift, whereas previously from 2010 to 2020, it was single-family detached maintained an 84% proportion. It slightly decreased to 82%, and the multifamily housing stock type went up 2% or 1%. 2% between 2010 and 2025, which kind of shows where we are as a community, what our focus is looking at in terms of housing types. And then we found that there's a notable shift in owner-occupied homes in Truckee from 2013 to 2023 with an increase of 10%. And this shift is different from what we're seeing in Nevada County and California, which has maintained a relatively stable percentage, which is quite different from Truckee. The median sales price for homes increased by 37% from 2020 to 2023, so just that 3-year time period, with the median home price in 2023 being about $1.2 million. And these maps here that you can see that many owner-occupied households are cost-burdened, meaning that they're spending a significant amount of their income towards housing costs. However, fewer were severely cost-burdened in 2022, so there was since 2014. And we thought that was an interesting informational data point, and our consultants identified that that moderation in owner cost burden likely reflects the pricing out of moderate income households from ownership, not necessarily an improvement in affordability. The cost burden has shifted upward for renters, so no area of Truckee fell below 40% cost burden in 2022. And the findings of the report found that the average rent in Truckee was approximately $1,400 for a studio, $2,200 for a one-bedroom, $3,500 for a two-bedroom, and $4,500 for a three-bedroom. So these are some data points. There's a lot of information in the document that you can take a look at in both Appendix HA and HD, the Fair Housing Assessment, but we just wanted to pull out a few key tidbits that we thought were interesting for this presentation. We're going to move on to now the sites inventory discussion, and in addition to reviewing the housing profile for the community, the state requires the town to provide enough sites with appropriate zoning to allow residential units at certain densities. So this is called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, which we've talked quite a bit about. And the town is not required to develop these units. We are required to provide the possibility of building them by ensuring that there is enough land zoned at higher densities. So the state assigns these RHNA numbers to each jurisdiction, so counties and cities, and then each jurisdiction needs to update their housing element to show they have adequate available land to accommodate these sites. Truckee's share for this cycle is about 1,500 units, which is 22% of the total regional need of Nevada County. And then this table shows the contrast between our 6th cycle, so the one we're in now, and the 7th cycle, the one we're planning for. And the increase in RHNA requirement has doubled since the previous cycle, which kind of shows indicates or supports the state's desire for more housing units within California. So as we've discussed previously, to determine in previous meetings at the sites inventory discussion, we need to figure out how to meet our sites inventory or meet our RHNA through our sites inventory. So to determine whether we've met that requirement, we have to look at our vacant sites. We count all the capacity on vacant sites where residential is an allowed use. So if a vacant site is zoned for 1 acre site is vacant and zoned for 15 dwelling units per acre, then that would be counted, 15 units would be counted towards as part of the sites inventory on that site. We would identify underutilized sites with redevelopment potential. We would count all units approved but not constructed and projects under review. So projects that are in the planning division queue, projects that are being considered through a preliminary application, those units are actually counted, and the actual project units that are being proposed are used as part of the site's inventory. So while a site may yield 15 dwelling units per acre, if they're only proposing 10, we would only count the 10 that are being proposed. And then we would estimate our future production of accessory dwelling units, which is based on past history and our past performance developing ADUs in our community. So if we meet all of our RHNA requirements, we calculate all of that, measure it up against our RHNA requirements, and if we meet that requirement, then the state determines that we have adequate sites and no additional rezoning is necessary. But if we do have a deficit, then we would need to rezone new sites within 3 years at higher densities. So at this point, based on the methodology discussed in the previous slide, our consultant has determined that the town has met our RHNA requirements through our sites inventory and that we have a surplus. So this means we have adequate sites and we're not mandated to rezone at this time. So that's a different discussion than what we had in December with the sites inventory workshop, where we thought maybe we'd have to rezone. There is still a possibility we might need to identify candidate sites. The sites inventory is still very dynamic. Our consultants have said that the town Truckee seems pretty unique in how many projects come in and out of the town. So it is a very dynamic process, and we'll have to revisit it before we do our final submittal to HCD. But we won't know because projects fall out of entitlement, they expire, new projects come in, and all of that has to be tracked as part of our sites inventory before we submit. And if we'll have to keep an eye on all of that. If we do fall under our RHNA requirements, we'll have to come back to you and talk about candidate sites for rezoning. The town is obligated to also continue to maintain the adequate capacity required by the state during that 8-year planning period. So if a new project on a vacant site is proposed and the site has fewer units or less affordability than what was contemplated in the sites inventory, the town may have to find other sites to rezone. And since most projects aren't being proposed at full affordability, at 100% affordable housing, staff anticipates that we'll have to be proactive about this requirement and we'll have to identify sites for rezoning, either to allow residential or to increase density on sites to ensure ongoing compliance with this requirement. We'll move on from sites inventories to the program components. The program, which is the main component of the housing element. It's the policies and actions, and it's where the main implementation of our housing programs lie and where HCD focuses much of the review. And we did a workshop on this. You've seen many of these actions already. And I'll go over the key programs in the housing element, and then I'll identify some changes that have been incorporated since your last review. And as you know, the housing element, the required program components are to identify adequate sites, so the sites inventory, assist in development of housing, remove governmental constraints, conserve and improve the condition of existing housing, preserve housing development at risk of conversion to market rate, and to promote equal housing opportunity for all. There's no real cookie cutter list of programs that the town can adopt. We can't just say there's a list, here's all the housing programs we need, check, 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 we're good. We'll just submit this program list to the HCD and get it automatically approved. There are some programs that are required to ensure compliance with state law, but HCD is looking to see if the town is addressing the housing challenges of each unique jurisdiction. This is why there is so much background information we have to provide through those appendices. So each housing element is intended to cater to the needs of Truckee or the community. So since your last review, we've made some changes based off of the first item was we changed the housing element programs to address the council's direction to not move forward with the non-deed restricted housing program and rely on our general housing policies. And then we removed the action item to research subdivision and sale of ADUs. So that was based on council's direction at the last meeting. We updated the goal language to provide more clarity and a little more robustness to each of those the goals. We updated the housing element to remove the rezoning requirement and added a buffer requirement, and that's in response to the changes to the sites inventory that we addressed. We've achieved our sites inventory currently. We added an action to revisit the Hilltop Master Plan. We've added a new program supporting first-time homebuyer programs, mostly extracting it from a associated program and making its own standalone program. We've added a new program to ensure mobile homes are included in some of our existing housing programs, and then we've incorporated one new program that addresses state requirements related to by right housing on 3 sites that were in previous housing elements. So that's just a state requirement. And then we've identified potential required zoning changes for special needs housing. So low barrier navigation centers, emergency shelters, and group homes. And then here's a quick summary of key programs that we've talked about in the past and some new ones. These are not verbatim. If you want to look at them verbatim, we have that in this slide presentation later as a secret slides. So the first one is the one we've talked about to rezone to create a buffer of additional capacity. This one is a change since the last meeting. It's not a required one, but it's definitely recommended by our consultant, and it is best practice. And I think as a community, we want to proactively rezone to ensure we don't get into a place where we are potentially out of compliance with our housing element. The no net loss, we talked about that. That's similar to the buffer. It's associated with the buffer requirement. We're going to continue to monitor and advance pipeline housing projects, so projects that are pending or approved but not yet constructed. We've added that program related to revisiting the Hilltop Master Plan area, and then we'll continue our accessory dwelling units programs. And then we'll also continue working on refining and implementing our programs related to conversions of second homes to long-term housing, deed restricted housing for the Truckee's workforce. And then, as we talked about last time, we're proposing a program to work on establishing a new housing authority with our neighboring counties, advocating for a Truckee-specific area median income. And then, as I noted, this last program is zoning amendments for special needs housing. The Planning Commission reviewed all of this same information on June 2nd, and they provided 2 recommendations for potential new programs or policies that we could incorporate into the housing element. We haven't drafted specific language. We gave you some vague language within your staff report, but we wanted to hear what your direction was before we worked with our consultant. The first recommendation from Planning Commission was to monitor efforts of Placer and Nevada counties and TRPA to be aware of regional planning efforts. So this is just kind of a reiteration of our general typical town practice already. The draft does not include one all-encompassing policy that addresses the same language, but we do have several policies that talk a lot about collaboration and supports the town's existing practice of working with our neighboring jurisdictions. But if the council wanted to add specific language or policy or program, we can work on incorporating that. It may look like multiple policies since it is such a general policy that they're looking for, and it doesn't quite fit into any of the goal categories, but that's something we can work on with our consultant if necessary. And the second recommendation from the Planning Commission was to consider ways to incentivize seasonal leases in existing housing programs, since they did see seasonal workers as a key component in our need for housing employees within our community. The Commission also contemplated an inspection program similar to STRs for seasonal leases. We do note that the Lease to Locals program has a lease term of as little as 5 months, which kind of meets the seasonal lease requirements of or desires of the commission. And then when I talked to the Housing Division after the Planning Commission meeting, they noted that shorter terms were offered previously in some of our housing programs, but there was little to no interest. So it's been something that's been explored, but hasn't been super successful. But if that's something that the council wants to revisit, we can certainly look at creating a program or policy that looks at that a little more deeply. We've received some public comment. Tonight we've received the same public comment from MAP that Planning Commission also received. They had 4 points that they wanted council to consider, including incorporating a change to that rezone policy to say that those rezones should only be initiated if the buffer falls below 15%. And then they wanted to strengthen the inclusionary housing ordinance, wanted to streamline the timeline for the Hilltop Master Plan revisiting. They wanted to advocate for local control. We've also provided you in your staff report a public comment log, which includes comments received by the Planning Commission, comments we've received as part of our survey, our outreach process, and just by public comments sent to the town. We've heard a lot of interest in more support for senior housing, and that was one of the key components we've heard throughout at our community meeting and then through our surveys. We also heard public comment at the Planning Commission meeting regarding incorporating ski leases and seasonal leases into the STR cap and then disincentivizing these uses. And then there was a public comment regarding removing parking minimums. So that's all I have as a part in terms of a summary of the housing element. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Yumi. I'll start with Councilmember Pallavi. Do you have any questions?
I didn't have a chance to warm up like you guys. Come on.
Would you like me to call on somebody else?
I got it. I just have a couple quick ones. Yumi, I anticipate that we're under the no net loss category and kind of along that line. Generally, we're seeing higher densities on a lot of our parcels, and really what we might be concerned about within our existing inventory are things like Truckee Springs, like all of a sudden coming off, something bigger from a unit perspective that we're going to lose, because as you kind of mentioned it with projects coming in and out, entitlements expiring. Just because an entitlement expires doesn't necessarily mean the density is going to change unless it's moved into open space or conservation to some extent. Are those sort of the parameters that we're working within?
Yes. Obviously, rezoning to open space would definitely change the landscape of housing. There are some changes that could happen with if a project comes in where it's identified as a lower income site because it's vacant and zoned at 15 dwelling units per acre, and somebody proposes a project that's just consistent with our inclusionary housing requirements, so it wouldn't have 100% affordability, and so we'd only count the 15% of the units towards our lower income RHNA requirements.
And I think that I don't know if I missed it, but I definitely neglected to ask it. What was the basis for the 100% of affordable sites? Were there certain sites that you deemed to meet those criteria, or is it just simply based on the density calculations along with inclusionary, along with all of the policies sort of working together?
If it's a vacant site, it's just the density.
It's just the
15
density.
dwelling units per acre.
Got it. Great. My only other question was on it was basically like the basic. So you've kind of come full circle with us here on this project, which is at least I'm happy with. I think it's a much better place to be. But the rezoning to continue to creating the buffer, I think MAP had it in their comments. I didn't see any commentary from staff, but is there a threshold that we were looking at that would trigger us to do that? And I'm mostly looking at that through like a work plan lens, sort of like a longer term planning lens of sort of what will be the triggers that would either put that back into the work plan or require us to sort of maintain a I think, I don't think you had a minimum buffer in there, did you? Is there a minimum buffer? Like, are there just what are the standards we're looking at?
There isn't a minimum buffer currently. We just have a goal of 80. We have a quantified objective of 80 within that first.
Units? What's your
80
metric?
units, yes.
Units, yes, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
But that's because Ascent has recommended that we keep a 30% buffer.
I see.
And we already have that in our RENA sites inventory because of all of the units we've calculated. The challenge is, I think it's very dynamic. We talked in December, we thought we weren't going to meet the sites inventory requirements. We're talking now in June, and we are. We had a project just submitted that'll change the sites inventory, and I'm not 100% sure if then we'll be, I think we'll still be above our requirement, but it won't have a 30% buffer any longer.
Right, but we'll maintain a buffer, right?
We'll try to maintain a buffer as part of that. So it's because it's so dynamic that I think it's just an ongoing
So you're
need
saying
for our staff.
annually you guys are going to be looking at that through your community development annual report or something. Maybe that's a new
At the
section
minimum.
at the minimum.
But we'll be looking at it when projects come in. If we're thinking
I
a
see.
project is coming in and it's going to change our sites inventory,
That I see.
yeah. Well,
That's how you can update a future table based on whatever's submitted or
Yeah, we can-
approved or entitled.
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Great. I think the only other question that I had was on the AMI piece, and I've had some just sort of like vacillating personal philosophies on this Truckee specific AMI. The fact that we're including it in the housing element, how important is that necessarily to the housing element versus from a legislative perspective? I mean, at this point, it's a legislative priority versus an active piece of the housing element.
I mean, I don't think this is, this is definitely not a required item.
Okay.
I think this is something that we want to see as a community more so than what the state is looking for.
Got it. And then actually, can you go back to your first slide of this section? Oh yeah, that was the rezoning. Great. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Staying on the buffer, so, because I also was curious, because, Matt made the comment too, that it looks like our action says that we should rezone by 2030 if our buffer falls below. Can you pull up action H1A? Oh, it won't have okay. Because I think that was a question I thought, and sorry, that it said by 2030, but it sounds like what you're saying is it's more, on an annual review basis, which for my reading of what Matt was asking, that's more what they were saying is review on an annual basis. So we're not saying by 2030, we have to add more units if we don't need to. I guess if you read it now, if we set a year, are we beholden to have to do it even if we don't need more sites?
I don't think we're necessarily beholden. I think we put that timeline in because we needed a timeline. Because ongoing, we can talk to Ascent about whether or not just putting ongoing is a sufficient timeline.
Great. Because we might need it sooner than that, or we might need it later. So that's great. But also if we need a year, that's not the end of the world. Kind of similar question then on your last Councilmember Pallavi, you mentioned Truckee specific AMI and it's H2K. It also said include that in our advocacy platform by 2030. I was like, don't we already have that in our advocacy platform? So maybe it's the same.
It is.
Okay. So, not the end of the world either way. Yeah, okay. A question then, you highlighted this, Yumi, that our owner-occupied rate is 78%. That is only, though, of like permanent residents, because then I guess I looked at that and then I saw the vacancy rate. So when you first read it, it sounds like 78% of our housing units are owner occupied, but half of our housing is vacant. I guess, so that was like, do we need any qualifying around that? Or since we're kind of a unique situation living where we live?
We can
If
look
that
into
matters.
it, and I can ask the Ascent to clarify if necessary.
Because they're owned, but maybe not occupied.
Right. And I guess then that makes me wonder, yeah, is it, yeah, thank you. Great. And then last question, I think in table HF-1, which is on page 566 of our packet, but I don't know if that helps you. It shows that if you look at the income levels and how we've achieved our RENA numbers from our last housing element, and it shows that percent progress for very low is at 105%, but shows we still have units left to build. So I think it's just a math error potentially on that one. And sorry, it's table HF-1.
Okay.
If the very top line, it says percent progress is 105%. We still show we have 50 units we have to build.
Okay, yes.
Cool. Sorry that I didn't submit that in advance. And then the last one, and now I didn't write the page number either, but there was a reference to the Squaw Valley Olympics. And it's just funny to me, I know that's what it's still called, but if we could call it like the 1960 Winter Olympics or something like that, just because we're trying to get away from that name. And those are all my questions. Thank you. This is an awesome report with so much data that I feel like is really helpful just in so many cases on everything. So thank you, Yumi.
Yeah, agreed. It's going to be a great reference document for a lot of things. Vice Mayor Henderson, would you like to jump in?
Thank you. I think I have just a couple of questions. Of the units that are noted in the report as approved or pending units, I was just curious how many are genuinely entitled versus that early pipeline that it talks about, and would we still clear our RENA numbers at every income level if any of, I don't want to call them the weakest, but sort of those that we may not think actually come to fruition if they were to fall out? Does that make sense?
Yes. So the pending projects are, I mean, I can't say which ones are obviously the Railroad Hotel is getting a little closer. I would say maybe like 40% of these will be moving forward fairly quickly, I think, at least in terms of getting actual entitlements. I don't know about construction since I'm not privy to the financing side of the development portion of the project. But I'd say that if a project fell out of this list, it may be more beneficial in terms of RENA if it already has a higher density of higher residential density. So if it's a vacant lot that's 15 dwelling units per acre versus it'll have, if it was a 1 acre lot zoned for 15 dwelling units per acre, you could have 15 that are counted towards lower. If you just have a pending project, they'll have maybe 15 units, maybe more with density bonus, but only a small portion to meet inclusionary density bonus requirements would probably be affordable. So our main target is lower income, since that's the harder affordability to achieve in terms of RENA, and that's where it could actually be more beneficial if projects fall out of entitlements in terms of RENA, not to the town.
Okay. And then, Yumi, could you also just speak to, so I know the consultant recommended this buffer, and I think it was 38% for lower income for the buffer. I think the state recommends 15 to 30%, if I have that correct. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm just curious about why there's a little bit of a difference there as it relates to H1A.
I don't know. I think it's just based off their past practice is why Ascent recommended that number. I probably think based off of the volatility of our sites inventory that they might even want to recommend a higher number.
A higher number in terms of the buffer?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Does just staff perspective or recommendation at this point, do you feel like H1A gives us the runway to be able to do any rezoning that we might still need to do proactively, sort of given no net loss and that most projects aren't fully affordable? I'd rather be in a proactive versus a reactive situation, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I do. I mean, I think it's a fairly broad program, but I think if the directive from council is to work on that as part of our work program, I think it'll continue to be at the forefront of our staff's work.
Okay. And then I think my last question, just on our 6th cycle, what we're in now, what were there any places, I know this is, as you said, this is not necessarily a document weighing everything that the community wants. It's something that we very much have to do to be in compliance with the state, but it still does give us objectives and, sort of building at least the theoretical capacity, if you will, for housing. For the 6th cycle, what did we sort of plan in that versus what we actually built? Like, were there specific places that we fell short that we're trying to remedy this time around?
In terms of the sites inventory specifically, we had actually a few projects that were approved in a lot of our housing element sites versus, but we did have a lot of sites that continue to be in our housing element and are not developed or are not under current consideration for development. So there is a little bit of, maybe that gap is still there about how to encourage more development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Zabriskie.
Thank you. I noticed in the staff report on page 2, you said substantive changes can still be made even after HCD reviews it. But your concern is, or well, staff's concern would be, we don't want to affect the adoption timelines. But then again, wouldn't there be some substantive changes that we can't make? I mean, we couldn't back out of our RENA numbers and say, let's lower them. What are you thinking of in terms of the positive side of my question, the negative side? What are we prevented from doing? Or if it's easier, what kind of things would this allow us to do?
I think if you wanted to create more programs that are being more proactive to create housing, I think that's where the substantive programs can lie.
What if we wanted to take out the AMI project just as a staff workload issue?
I think the ones that are not required, we can look at removing. It may be something that they want to discuss and have justification for, but it could be something.
Okay. One of my concerns is how realistic, especially in the lower income levels, our projections are, because as you said, and as HCD establishes a standard, it's really about density, but we know locally some of these parcels with high density, the developer is far enough along, we know they're not interested in affordable property. I look at the 2 Arnold properties, I know that developer, he's not thinking about affordable housing. Well, affordable to moderate income people is what I think he's looking at. And there's a number of other properties like that. I guess that's all to say. It sounds like, is this part of the reason we're looking at a buffer of 30%, is realizing a lot of these parcels aren't likely to be built out?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then how do we address the fact that by and large, about half of our units are vacation homes, not resident homes? So when we say we're meeting our RENA target for any one of these categories, are we taking into account that the trend would say only half of those are going to be occupied?
No.
We don't.
The state doesn't
And
get
the state,
into that much
the state
nuance.
doesn't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
the state looks at the state's program is more broad brushed and looks at just California as a whole.
But we care. Those of us up here on the dais care. So that's sort of one of the things looking ahead. I'm thinking, how can we have something be as realistic as possible to help lower the cost? So that's kind of why I'm thinking about substantive changes and that sort of thing. Was Siddiqui's property the one next to the hospital, between the hospital and the Kimco property included?
Yes, it's the Gateway project. It's a project that's in.
Is it part of the hospital then?
No, it's its own standalone project. It's
identified as a pending project.
The Gateway Village.
The Gateway Village.
And it was originally, it was submitted in April.
Okay.
This is not the right title. It's not vacant or underutilized.
It's not what?
This title over here is incorrect.
Oh.
This is a project under review.
Just a couple. Oh, and then maybe these are concerns. I noticed on the description of Upper MacGyver, it said noise would be a big issue on that. In addition to access, I've been going up Levon, we've dealt with this so many times. For me, that's kind of an example. Should we be looking at our no sound wall term of the general plan if we're really serious about allowing that property to be developed? Let me ask it this way. Do you know how else noise could be mitigated from the interstate if you couldn't do a sound?
There's sound attenuation windows is what we often rely on, construction methods to attenuate the sound, as well as if there is room on the site for landscaping berms and the actual, and just site design, ensuring that if there is the opportunity. I think Coburn Crossing, there's a hotel, non-residential use closer to the freeway.
Okay, this is my last question. This is on page 325. It's in the draft housing element itself. There's a reference to pipeline projects. I have to admit, I'm not used to that term, but I noticed that at the beginning, I think of the housing element, there's a reference to entitlement pipeline projects. I'm wondering if you could do slight rephrasing on page 325 and change pipeline projects to projects in the entitlement pipeline. That will give people like me a much better idea of what we mean by pipeline projects. When I hear pipeline, I think of surfing down off the wedge. It always takes a couple extra steps for me to realize we're not talking about surfing.
Okay.
Anyway,
if there's no staff or council objections.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't change the meaning. It just make it clear for some of us.
Anything else?
No. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just have a couple. In MAP's letter, they asked us to consider streamlining the hilltop review. What would that look like? I'm not in seeing how we streamline that.
Right now it'd be putting it in the work plan and ensuring that staff has time to take that on and work with property owners to.
Well, it is in the work plan. It's just not right now.
Move it up in the timeline.
Do we have a development application that we should be working on right now?
No, we could, as a town, basically create our own application to start working on the Hilltop Master Plan as amending it or revisiting it and talking with the public and with the property owners too.
Andy, did you have something to add to that?
I did want to just add one thing. We have received communication in the past, either from property owners or real estate agents or people who wanted to be property owners at Hilltop, who felt that the current state of the plan up there makes it hard to either amalgamate land into something that would be developable or to develop anything. So we have gotten requests from people to try to do something to reorganize the land use regulations up there. So even if we don't have anything that's currently pending, we have had requests in the past.
Okay, thank you for that. There was another comment in here, where possible, remove government constraints. What does that mean?
It's taking a look at potential government constraints, which are often looked at, seen as development standards or impact fees, and those are the two main ones that are identified and analyzed within the housing element. And as part of that, that's a lot of where the state law compliance comes into play, and that's why we do have that one program that says that we need to make sure we're in compliance with state law for special needs groups.
So we just went through a pretty exhaustive process here this evening, showing how difficult it is to both build high-density housing and have it meet government constraints. So I guess I'm just questioning what is our goal there, and maybe that's something that we can discuss as a council, but I don't want to keep that in there if there isn't, this is my statement, I don't want to keep that in there if there isn't really anything we could seriously consider doing, so we can deliberate on that.
Just really quickly on that, isn't that a requirement of the housing element, or that's a required statement in the element?
It's a required program component, so if we do find things that we want to change, we can be specific in there. I don't think we necessarily have to have a program that states it specifically. I think we have to, since we're analyzing it, and if we find that we don't think that there are governmental constraints we can lift, we don't necessarily have to have a specific program.
Okay.
I guess
Clear as mud.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I guess that doesn't really answer the question, but okay.
Well, no, I think we can get into that in
Yeah,
deliberation. I think
that's
I
fine.
get that. Okay, and then is there a secret slide that shows some of the potential future site considerations that we get to see?
We do not have a list of candidate sites at this moment.
Okay. So my question will be, how are we going to, what is the process for looking at which sites we're going to rezone, which we would prioritize? Has that been well defined?
I think it'd be similar to our typical process. I think we take information that we had gleaned from our sites inventory workshop as a starting point. Then we likely come back to Planning Commission and Council with a list
of options,
and we can maintain that list, and it could be wide and broad.
You've answered my question. I wanted to hear that it was a public process. So perfect. That's all I needed. Okay. Yeah, and then I think the other thing is we have been advocating for an AMI change, and I guess if that were to happen sometime in this period of time from 2027 to 2035, all of these numbers change. And so do we have to then do an update on our plan at that point, or would we wait for the next cycle?
I think that'd be part of the discussion with the state if they do support a change in our AMI.
It is still kind of a long shot, but we're going to keep trying.
Yeah.
Okay. So conversation with the state on that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
There was, in the housing element, this draft housing element talks about protecting 350 mobile home spaces, and then in a slide you put up in your presentation, it showed that mobile homes have gone down from 441 to 414. So I'm just looking at the 414, and can you just explain the difference between the 350 spaces and the 414 mobile homes? And I guess a more direct question would be, is 350 represent the current number of spaces in our 6 mobile home parks?
I'm not 100% sure where this information is likely from the census or the American Community Survey. Our numbers are from HCD directly, the 350, and that's been pretty consistent since I've been here. I don't think we've lost any mobile home spaces since I started working here, not since I lived here.
And so the 414 would include mobile homes on private land, on single family parcels and that sort of thing, or what?
We don't have mobile homes, I mean, unless they count manufactured homes towards mobile homes, which I don't believe they would. And may count more, maybe RV homes that people use as a home when it's not supposed to be used as a home.
Okay, we're not sure what explains the difference then.
No, we can look into it a little further. We can ask
Yeah,
us.
there's time. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I will open this up for public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back for deliberation. Councilmember Pallavi, go back to you to start us off.
Yeah, great work on this, Yumi and team. I think it's come a long way, and it's really, I just think it's a really impressive re-examination from where this process started, which I was admittedly very just hesitant as to the reality of it, and so to me, this is a little bit much more grounding, I think, in where we are and actually realistic and achievable, to be quite honest. So I appreciate that significantly more from from a document that I feel proud to submit rather than one that I felt was headed in the wrong direction. So I think just generally that to me is important, and I value that a lot. I would simply add, there isn't a lot of change here. I think Councilmember Klofstad, or Mayor Klofstad, excuse me, you bring up, a really interesting point on the AMI piece. And that really is, what does that end up looking like if this sort of long enhanced policy came to fruition? And to me, that's actually one of my hesitations with keeping it in the housing element. And so I have a couple of other concerns specifically on just why I think I've shifted a little bit in my belief that we need to change our AMI specifically for Truckee. I think there's wage inflation to be considered. I think there's also how we talk about our lowest income earners and how we would deal with those with higher AMIs, and really just sort of how it would affect a lot of the work that's been ingrained into the system. So for me, that's just one piece of it's something I'd like to see removed from the housing element, and we can sort of tackle it in our other policies and legislative agendas in the future. I also don't know if there's 3 votes because I really haven't brought it up to any of you all, more just as a warning thing. So I don't know, and you guys probably haven't had a lot of chance to think about that. I do have a feeling I know where Councilmember Zabriskie sits on that one at the very minimum, but I don't know that 3 of us feel the same. Other than that, I think the buffer exercise is important, and I don't necessarily need to assign a number to it as sort of identified in the map letter. I'm assured by Yumi a lot of your statements as to how we would do that. And I think just what I would ask is that it is a clear process and it is delineated through the work plan, much more so than either ad hoc or just not readily available to the public. I think also to your comments on that one, Mayor Klofstad, I think any type of density changes we would just want to be very prudent with and very practical in how they're applied versus a constant churn in there. So I think more that's just commentary for staff, for council, as future councils consider something like that. But I do think it's fine the way the goal is written in here. I did not have any other significant comments. I agreed with sort of staff's replies to some of the planning commission comments. I believe that we've tried to really hone in that lease to locals program, and it's in a really good place, and there's not a lot else we're going to be able to do on that front. And at some point, those who are looking for shorter opportunities. Those are potentially going to have to be employer-driven opportunities. They're not going to necessarily be town-driven opportunities, at least from my perspective. And then I think that was really the gist of my comments. Let me go back through them really quickly. Yeah, the only change I guess I'm really suggesting is removing the AMI comment from the housing element, but otherwise I believe I can get behind it as is.
To
Thanks
be
for your work.
specific, the AMI comment.
The H, I'll get there in a second. Yeah,
Okay.
This one. Yeah. That one. And it's H something.
It's all H something.
It's all that. That's why I was just giving myself a head start, okay? I was just trying to get it in there.
H2K.
Okay, Truckee specific.
Yes, thank
area
you.
median
Somebody pulled it
income.
up.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Yeah, again, staff, fantastic document. It's fascinating. I feel like every page, it's like, oh, this is how many seniors rent, and here's the female-driven households or whatever, so just so much data, and I think a really helpful tool for our community and for us. So when we have questions on future actions we're taking, that this is a great document. I know it's only draft still, but that we can look back to, so thank you. And then you just had that slide up on, owner-occupied, renter-occupied, and looking at the numbers, yeah, it's not including all of our housing. Sorry, I was just staring at it. If you look, our total for Truckee units occupied, we have 6,693, but our total units are 14,000. So that does show that we're not counting all of them, but maybe, I don't know, if it's worth having some sort of just little explainer in that, since we have a different dynamic in our housing stock here in Truckee. Yeah, I'm open to leaving AMI out. It's in our legislative platform, so it does seem like that's something that, Hillary and team would be advocating for when there's opportunities. So I'm fine not having it here, but it sounds like you were kind of even saying, get rid of it completely, which I know is not on the table today. So I'm fine, taking it out of this. And then, yeah, with the buffer, I'm open to being part of the work plan, and more just that we're evaluating it, not that at this time we're going to do X, but just when we need to look at rezoning, we will. So I want us to be proactive, but also not rezone stuff if we don't need to, and then put us in a situation where people are less comfortable with what we've rezoned, like I know has happened in the past. So yeah, otherwise, great job. And thanks to all the community members and planning commissioners and everyone who have participated.
Okay, Councilmember Henderson, or Vice Mayor Henderson, sorry.
Thank you.
It's getting late.
Okay, it is. Thank you. I guess I just want to start by sort of stepping back, because I think it's really easy to treat this as sort of a 300-page compliance exercise. But really, this is the document that decides whether the people who make Truckee run can afford to live here, and whether we get sort of to keep the authority to shape that ourselves, or hand it over to Sacramento and the courts, for example. Getting it right and getting this adopted on time is honestly one of the most consequential things we'll likely do this year. So I'm just so incredibly grateful to all of the work staff have put into this. And everyone who has made public comments on it. I should disclose that I did meet with Alexis and Sophia at MAP, and we talked about several issues that were in their public comment letter as well. And I think, this element should be really ambitious, and it is ambitious, and ambition and client compliance they're not necessarily in tension here. They're sort of the same thing. The towns that are losing control over their
own land aren't the ones that are building. They're the ones that fall out of compliance with the state and end up with, a builder's remedy or mandatory by right rezoning sort of done to them. So to me, staying certified, being on time, being in compliance is really how we work to protect our local control over the housing and what it looks like in our community now and in the future. So I want to just, I guess, address two things. So first, Councilmember Pallavi, for your concerns on AMI, I don't want to wave them off. If there are real risks to a Truckee specific AMI, I would want to understand them. I think the challenge for me tonight is this council has supported that position for several years. So I don't necessarily feel ready to reverse a longstanding position tonight on a question where I don't necessarily feel like I have all of the information that I need. And if there are sort of specific reasons that got you to pivot your position, I would love to understand those. If those risks turned out to be really serious, I would really want to, like I said, just understand them. But sort of saying I'm okay dropping that tonight in the moment, but without understanding those feels challenging for me personally. So that's just on AMI. And then I wanted to very quickly touch on the buffer since that's come up several times tonight. I think there's a really great headline here. We're showing a real surplus, 725 units over our numbers at every income level, including a very healthy lower income buffer. And because we don't have a deficit, we won't be forced into that mandatory by right rezone that's hitting so many California towns and cities. And that's not luck. It's years of this town and this community being really proactive instead of reactive in how we think about our housing. And we should be really proud of that. So I do support keeping H1A. And I know that there's a view that we could reduce our proactive rezoning and act if that buffer erodes below a trigger. But again, I don't want us to be in a reactive place where we're then under a compressed timeline or trying to meet something with the state. I would rather us be more proactive, excuse me. I would also say that we all sort of know this, but a paper buffer isn't capacity on the ground necessarily. So the real choice, it's not rezone or don't. It's sort of, to me, rezone deliberately on our own terms in public now, or potentially rezone later under, a state clock onto whatever land is left. So this proactive rezoning for me is really about preserving local control. And we've heard a lot about that over several meetings. So just wanted to touch on those two. So my direction is just that we maintain this element, that we retain it as an ambitious element, that we do keep a proactive buffer and keep us on track to submit to HCD on time. This just goes back to the appeal that we just heard, right? I want to go back to what I said then. This is about the teacher commuting from Reno, the line cook, the cashier at Safeway. These are the people who are Truckee. And this is one of the biggest levers that we have to keep them here.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Henderson. Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Well, I think what you've heard is that there's at least three people leaning or strongly in favor of taking the AMI out. I realize we could do it later. We don't have to do it tonight. I agree with the Vice Mayor about wanting to make this element actually work. What can we do to make it work? Not having some of the big proponents for increased housing here, so frustrating. I mean, I get phone calls from Art Chapman and Brian Griggs. I have business people coming up to me and saying, we need housing, and none of them are here, let alone offering any suggestions on how they think we ought to go about it. So that's unfortunate. I'm all for the maximum buffer for the reasons I indicated before. It is dynamic. A lot of this site inventory is just wishful thinking based strictly on density and not realistic. And the staff, the Planning Commission had made some proposals, and you have those at the end of your staff report. I tend to agree with the one about doing more for regional sharing, and I don't know if it's so much collaboration right now for me as just knowing what the other communities are doing, what Turpa's doing, what Eastern Placer County is doing, so we can take their good ideas and reject their bad ones and treat them as our own, the good ones. Treat those as our own. So I think that's a good idea. In terms of lowering the lease term, I think we should stick with experience and keep it the way it is. Don't lower it to 3 months or whatever.
Thank you. Thank you for those clarifications. We are already doing monitoring and collaborating with our fellow agencies, so I feel like we're already doing that one. And you agree?
Yeah, I think we are. I think we're always looking at ways to maybe formalize that more, if you will, and what that looks like. But we do spend a lot of time reviewing agendas. Our staff, our housing staff is in consultation with our area agencies, housing staff, same with the planners. So we are doing that maybe in a more informal way, and maybe we can figure out how to report on that better.
That sounds great. I was remiss in asking the rest of council about some of these other things, but let me get my comments out. I did not hear that we had, well, let me back that up. In terms of the AMI, I too am curious to understand more. It's not an agendized item. Maybe we could find a way to do that. I still see it as very beneficial. And the benefit I see of having it in this document is the legislative platform gets updated every year. I think I see this as a much more long-lasting document. So that's kind of an incentive for me to see it in here. We do have another pass at this before it's finalized, so perhaps we can look for ways to have that discussion.
I'm going to look to you, me, or the planning team. I think I would be concerned about things that we're tentatively like on the cusp about submitting, because I think once we submit them to the state, it would be harder for us to take them out in a second review. I think it's easier to add things in versus remove. Yumi, is that your understanding?
I would agree. I mean, it may not be an issue. We just don't know what HCD will say. So it may be that we take it out, but if you want to have that discussion, we could talk about adding it back in the next round.
I think the other thing for me is this puts the state, I mean, this is a document the state has to review and approve, and we're trying to get their attention on this issue. I think this is a great way to get that attention. Whether or not the adjustment happens is another story, but we can't even get a discussion about it. So that's why I would love to keep it in here. I heard one person that said they wanted it out, and then a couple more people that were like, I could take it or leave it. So I do want to come to a consensus on that before we move on here. Does anybody have a strong feeling one way or the other after that?
Yeah, I think it's counterproductive. It takes away from building housing. It doesn't add any housing. It just distracts from it.
And I would only offer, one of Yumi's stats really jumps out. $150,000 a year was the average salary for a homeowner, but only $60,000 was the average salary for a renter. So to me, that data point right there is why we would take it out. Because if we increase the AMI, all we're doing is benefiting the higher earners. We're in no way assisting those lower levels. What we're actually doing to the lower levels is making those lower levels even higher, which to me is crazy. We want to be, if anything, what we're doing, that would, by increasing that AMI, we would just be opening up even more opportunity to a higher earner. And I think that's the antithesis to what we're trying to do. And I think it also creates wage inflation at the end of the day, because then, we hear all of these things of everybody trying to like put themselves in a bucket. And to me, that's one of the other issues around it. But to me, it's just the 150, the 60, that epitomized why I think a higher AMI is actually the wrong direction.
And I think that there's more to that than those two single data points is the problem.
Sure, I was trying to be quick. I'm trying to be like quick and efficient and not dive into like a 20-minute conversation.
I would jump in and say what I think I heard from staff, if it's better to leave it out for now, because I'm okay. Also, I said I was okay leaving it out, not submitting it in our draft, and then we could have maybe more of this conversation. And if it's something that's worth adding in later, then that might be better than having it in and removing it.
I guess I'll just go back to what Vice Mayor Henderson said. This has been a policy that we've had in our legislative platform for years, and we've readopted it just recently. I'm really hesitant to change direction on that. Go ahead.
I would say that doesn't change the legislative platform. So I think
but it is changing our intention here. But yeah, you're right.
It's leaving open the conversation for you to have if you want to change your intention.
At a future time.
I think maybe, and this is purely a policy decision, but maybe what I think Councilmember Pallavi is getting at is that we added this in the ledge platform right about the time I started, because that was one of the first conversations I remember us having was about the difference in the county AMI. So about 6 years ago. And I think since then, maybe what you were getting at is you've started to refine your housing programs to serve the lower AMIs in different ways by offering a higher incentive for lower AMIs. And that might be part of what's starting to make some of the council members think about it differently. Like maybe the state isn't going to move and maybe you don't need it to on this because you're crafting your policy around that. Again, pure policy and something you probably want to talk about regardless of whether it stays in here or not. But that was kind of the hints I was getting in his conversation.
Except how it affects all the different statewide programs, which we also are not going to change. Tiny little Truckee. Okay. Well, let's...
Can I ask a really quick clarifying question? I just want to make sure I heard this right. So just... As I'm hearing this, as I'm understanding it, once something goes in and it is reviewed by HCD, we really can't take it out, right? But we can always add things in later. Did I hear that correctly?
I don't know that we know that for certain, but that is, we believe it will be harder to take something out. I don't envision a scenario where the state would say, no, you can't put a new policy in.
And this particular policy is also a bit subjective. It's not like HCD doesn't care or not care if we kind of do this, right? Like, so it's not like a requirement of a housing element to say you want to change an AMI, right? Like we're checking all of the other boxes, and I guess that's the only reason why I was bringing it up. Mayor Klofstad was, I'm very hesitant to put it into a 7-year document, right? Whereas like I'm fully open to having it at the legislative policy level, and let's talk about it on an annual basis. And I think Jen articulated definitely some of the things that I've seen, but I just think also holistically, there are other ways to achieve what we were trying to achieve by increasing that AMI. And by swapping that out, that's my concern, is that it's in there for 7 years. And if all of a sudden 2 years from now, we're like, oh, that's not really, we have decided to switch that, right? And we just heard 3 voices of support for something like that, then we're stuck with it for 7 years, at least in their housing element. So I would reverse that logic that you were using and potentially provide a different type of viewpoint on that.
Right. And then reversing again, HCD doesn't really care.
And
what we do with our AMI.
I'll just add, I guess I'll just add, like, when it comes to this, I mean, this council has also supported this for many years, and the support of getting a Truckee specific AMI has basically yielded nothing. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of another, I don't know, piece of it, I guess, if you will, right?
Yeah, which was my point too.
At some point, like, that's why we evaluate all of our different housing programs. Like, if they're not producing something, we change them, or
Yeah.
I guess that's, so Councilmember Pallavi, thank you for bringing it up because you're making me think about it in a little bit of a different way.
Okay, so are we keeping it in or are we taking it out? Out.
Take it out.
Out. Okay, it's out. We can deliberate about bringing it back another time. Okay, and then consider ways to incentivize seasonal leases in existing housing programs. I know you all read the staff report on this, and I did not get a weigh-in from either of you on this item. Would you care to weigh in?
I'm happy leaving lease to locals as it is because we already tried it. So I'm not interested in adding the second bullet point.
Okay, consensus there.
Yeah.
And Vice Mayor Henderson?
I agree with Councilmember Remek.
Okay, great. All right, any other comments or suggestions at this point? This is a draft that you're going to submit, so you have our feedback. We don't need to vote on this, right? Okay?
No.
Can I
You'll
just
see it again.
make some closing comments on this?
Yes.
I probably should have done this in the beginning, but I think as a council and for the staff, you should be really proud of the fact that we are sitting here in almost July of 2026 with a required document for May of 2027. There are many agencies, including right within our region, that have not even started this process. So not only have we started, we have a draft that will be going to HCD in a matter of weeks. We'll be getting feedback. And I think that not only speaks to how much you value housing, but also how much you value protecting the community character and avoiding the ramifications of not having an adopted element. And I also think when you read through the action items and the policies, you see the marriage between all the housing programs and the housing policy, the housing division, the planning work, the development code, really coming together with the work that you've done, the housing equity framework, town density bonus program. All of that is mirroring into what is in this document really clearly and concisely. It's a marriage of all your priorities. We've got home hardening in there, GHG reduction, bilingual access, and you're really starting to see all the pieces of that come together in just this one piece of the general plan and the housing element. So great job to staff, and great job to the council for giving us the space to get this ready to submit so far in advance.
It's a great document. You made it pretty easy for us on this round. So thank you, Yumi, Jenna, Danielle.
Yes, everyone.
Okay, Yumi.
It's fantastic, and I concur. And we can see how important community character is to our region, to our residents and constituents, and it is really important to us. So circumstances that like we had tonight is really hard when we don't get to uphold what we think that is, but this is going to help us immensely. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, everybody. So, council reports, and then we have a couple of closed item sessions. Councilmember Pallavi, are you ready for council reports?
Yes, we had a visit Truckee Tahoe board meeting, and that was really well done. And we did also approve our budget for the following year with a, wait for it. No, not an 8-something, $130,000 allocation to stewardship, which was about 10% of our total budget. And it was a huge increase, 16,000 from previous year up to 135,000 for future years. So just
That's awesome.
Thought that was a good stat. We also approved some funding with Truckee Trails Foundation for their Trail Ambassador program and Bike Valet, and then we'll be looking at other stewardship funding opportunities a couple of times a year, and that's how we are going to be proceeding with both stewardship and event budgets moving forward at VTT. And then the only other thing that happened, I met with a potential developer as well, Brian Griggs, who's looking at some of the Jorger properties, and had a couple of other constituent meetings as well the last 2 weeks. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Romack?
Attended the celebration at Dalbay Umawe last week with Mayor and Councilmember Zabriskie celebrating the award from CPRS, State Parks. It was fantastic.
Society.
State Parks, yes, Society.
And thank you. And it was great to have the Washoe tribe there again and speak to the importance of maintaining Dalbay Umawe as the park name. I just thought that was, impactful, and really glad that we all came together around that. And then yesterday, along with Councilmember Zabriskie, conversation with Humane Society on their lease agreement around the shelter. And that is it.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Henderson?
I already mentioned the meeting that I had with MAP, and then some small sort of one-on-one conversations with constituents, and that's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie?
So I mentioned meeting with Dan Cockrum on the appeal that we just heard. Prosser Firewise community had a meeting I attended. We're going to have the big 20-yard, I think 20 or 30-yard dumpsters, 4 of them around our neighborhood this coming Saturday to coincide with the rodeo drop off green waste to help our neighborhood get rid of green waste. Attended the Housing Action Committee meeting update from the operator and Danny Renfro on the police data showing a trending reduction in adverse interactions with people out there, whether they're homeless or something else. And then participated in a River Watershed Council stream monitoring on Prosser Creek, met with Brian Griggs, sort of the same idea as what Councilmember Pallavi did. Attended the Rotary Fish Derby, help little kids put worms on their hooks. Councilmember Romack mentioned the Humane Society, and then Hillary and I met with Sarah Hawkinsmith and Heather about Bee City, getting that launched, and I think they're looking at having something going by next spring, but starting to meet this August. And they pretty much have a group of people to form a committee, scientists and educators mostly.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Mayor, I forgot one.
Oh, please.
Can I just also thank you to the Airport District, the Truckee Air Show on Saturday, attended that, and just a great event, especially when you have a 5-year-old who loves airplanes. So thank you.
Yeah, where was your...
Okay, so yes, we did the WMUA Park Award. That was lovely. Can't believe they fit the whole name on a cookie. It was really that was really impressive. Yes. Mayor managers meeting in Truckee. That was fun, not to have to drive all the way down the hill. We did a little air show opening ceremony, and the town got a plaque. Did you get that, Jen?
Surprise, I haven't.
Oh, I know who to call. It was lovely. They did a really nice job with the guys jumping out of the perfectly good airplanes. And then yesterday spent a little time with a few of our potentially future elected officials on the How to Run for Office put on by Chamber and Contractors Association. And then I had a really great meeting with Senator Ben Allen, who is running for the California Insurance Commissioner, talking specifically about wildfire insurance in our region, all the trials and tribulations, as well as all the things that this community is doing, like the Firewise communities, as well as Measure T. And so kind of explain to him all of that, trying to help him understand how much effort this community puts into reducing our fire risk, yet we continue to receive cancellations and be challenged by getting consistent insurance coverage. So that was a really fascinating conversation. We'll see where all of that goes. With that, we will adjourn to a closed session. We have 2 items with conference with real property negotiators for assessor parcel number 019-112-001-000, which is 174 East Street. And then 9.2 is conference with real property negotiators, assessor parcel number 019-441-004-000. And do we have any public comment on either of those closed session agenda items? Seeing none, we will adjourn to August 11th. Is that correct? August 11th?
That is correct.
All right.
Great.